You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
You want to be recognized or so forth, but that's not used to while the applicant is presenting, or the applicant shouldn't use it while the public is talking either. So the applicant goes first with its comments, presentation, experts. Then we turn it over to the commission and staff, typically a summary of a staff report and questions, comments from commissioners. Then we open it up to the public, and I'll ask Evan to go through the process for the public to participate, the instructions about how you can do that, make your comments. And then we allow the applicant to respond to any of the public comments. We may or may not close the public hearing. Certainly it's not unusual for complex matters for a public hearing to last more than one evening. With that, I'll ask Evan to run through the process for participating in public hearings when we get that. Evan, can you do that for
us? Sure. If you have a two-way microphone on your computer and you'd like to participate in the public hearing, please, down at the bottom of your screen, there's a reactions button. And once you click on that, there's a raise your hand option. Please raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to participate in the public hearing. You can also type into the chat that you would like to participate. And if you dialed in by phone, you can press *9. And we would ask that everyone who participates, please give their first and last names before they start speaking.
Chuck Anders here. Thank you, Evan. With that, we will proceed with our public hearing items. The first two items are by FSI Acquisitions LLC, Hamilton Branford LLC owner, 49 Commercial Parkway and 81-111 Commercial Parkway. This is a special exception for grading and a special exception for a warehouse distribution and e-commerce facility. This is the Amazon proposal on Commercial Parkway. We opened this matter at our February 17th public hearing. We heard from a presentation from the applicant and applicant's representatives and experts. We had some comments from the staff, questions from commission members, and also we heard from the town's independent traffic peer review expert. And we also heard some questions and comments from the public. So there were a number of questions raised, and so we're continuing that. And I expect the applicant will be able to address some of these things here. Is the applicant ready to proceed?
We are, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. For the record, my name is John Duff. I'm an attorney with an office at 147 Broad Street. And I'm here tonight on behalf of FSI Acquisitions LLC, which is the contract service of the properties located at 49 and 81 through 111 Commercial Parkway. As you noted, Mr. Chairman, there are two applications before you: a special exception for warehouse distribution and e-commerce facility, which is a permitted use in the zone subject to special permit approval, as well as a special exception for grading. We have submitted traffic and zoning response memos. You'll recall that back in February, right before the 17th, we submitted memos in response to Evan's comments as well as Steve Ullman's comments. Those are in the record. Those are posted on your website. And then more recently, we submitted new memos updating those original memos dated yesterday. We had the opportunity to digest Evan's comments a little more deeply, and we had an opportunity to meet with Evan and Harry and Steve Ullman on Monday via Zoom, and we were very appreciative for that opportunity. And so notably, as we'll address in some detail, we believe we have addressed all of the zoning staff and commission comments. including a sidewalk along the entire frontage. And I would say that with one minor exception, which we'll get into in a moment, that's the lighting under the canopy. But other than that, sidewalks, landscaping, everything that Evan has called out, I think we have responded to in a positive fashion. And noted we also had a fruitful conversation with Steve Ullman. That is summarized in his letter to the commission as well as our response. So our goal this evening is to present the specific responses to the comments from staff, Steve Ullman and the commission, and the topics that we'll be addressing are the following: our ability and our process for locating solar panels on the building, and that will be presented by Eric Daniel from Amazon, who you heard from last time. The sustainable features of the building, they'll be presented by our architect, Corey Nardone. Revisions to the landscaping plan and the site plan, that will be Ben Scodier. The appropriate lighting level for the canopy area pursuant to your regulations, I'm going to address that. A traffic response from Rob Baltramitis. And then, Mr. Chairman, I know that you had specifically asked that we address about 25 or 6 questions that were submitted by a member of the public. We can either do that at the end of our presentation or wherever you deem it to be most appropriate. So that's the lineup for tonight. Even though there's a number of us speaking, no one's going to be speaking for an extended period of time. We want to try to button things up as best as we can. And I think that my client and his tenant have shown great willingness to desire to work with the town, work with the commission to address all the concerns raised by Evan in his memo, as well as the commission at the hearing on the 17th. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Daniel. And Dennis, if you're controlling the slides, I don't know that there's anything for Eric to speak to. So you may want to stop sharing your screen and just let Eric speak to the commission directly, and then you can bring that back up again when Corey addresses.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Daniel. I'm a Senior Entitlements Manager here at Amazon. Thanks so much for your attention to the application. So I'm going to speak to solar generally and at this site specifically. So, Amazon is on path to powering our operations with 100% renewable energy by 2025. That's 5 years ahead of our original target of 2030. And, this facility in particular has been designed to accommodate solar panels. The most significant design element there is that this roof can withstand the weight that's necessary to accommodate solar panels. Okay. So we have over 1,000 buildings in our portfolio, many of which have come online in the last 1.5 to 2 years or so. And we have an internal team that's evaluating each and every one of those buildings to see which sites can have the biggest impact toward reaching that goal I mentioned about renewable energy. And so each of our sites is being evaluated to determine where we can best allocate our resources to meet some of the ambitious goals I talked about at the last hearing. Okay. There are times when that goal is best met through implementing on-site solar, and times when it's met through utility scale solar and wind programs, which Amazon is also pursuing throughout the country. And this process is going on at hundreds, if not thousands of buildings in our portfolio right now. And so for that reason, we can't commit upfront to putting solar at this building, but we've taken the measures necessary to do that as we go through the development of this building. So with that, I'll turn it over to Corey to talk about some of the other features at this site.
Ari, could you make Corey a co-host?
I have, so he should be able to unmute himself. But let me do it. Maybe he didn't catch. All right, should be all set now.
There we go. Hello, everyone again. Corey Nardone from BL Companies. I'm a senior project architect for the record. And I wanted to refresh, as Eric said, and John had mentioned at the top of the call, some of the sustainable building design features that we're going to be providing in this project. And if the commission recalls, we met individually with some members of a group in regards to the sustainability of our project, and it was a very successful meeting. And Eric mentioned already right off the top that we are preparing the building for solar readiness. We also have energy efficient LED fixtures throughout the space and the site. A part of that efficiency includes occupancy and daylight sensors. And so those are all very similar to, if you're familiar, in line with the Connecticut high performance building standards. You know, we're not by any means approaching anything of a lead sustainable project here, but we do fall in line with most of our design practices with those high performance building standards. Another portion of that is our low flow rate plumbing fixtures. Those of course go in all of the facilities related to the break rooms and the toilets. We have performed a thorough ComCheck energy analysis on the building. And what that does is it allows us to make sure that we're compliant with our envelope with the code. You know, given that we're a warehouse, we're able to do that with the concrete construction that we have. And we also have taken that energy analysis into account with our heating and cooling design systems and utilizing things like heat recovery and other elements to our rooftop units, which allow us to meet or exceed the energy efficiency requirements of a sustainable building. I think those were kind of the high points of what we went through and the results of our meeting with the local committee and the sustainable features of the project. So with that, I'll pass it on to Dennis.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dennis Godair, Senior Project Manager and Landscape Architect and Planner with BL Companies of Meriden, Connecticut. And as Attorney Nuff had mentioned earlier, we had addressed some of the landscaping or all of the landscaping comments from the planner's memo, as well as the sidewalk. I'll zoom in on some of these in a moment, but we did provide a sidewalk all the way through the frontage of Commercial Parkway. It's not shown here on the plans, but where the sidewalk meets the intersections of driveways, we have crosswalks and handicap ADA compatible curb ramps. And there's also a crosswalk leading to the opposite side of Commercial Parkway to the Walmart driveway, where there's already existing sidewalks and ramps. We did also add a sidewalk here on the property for efficiency and safety of those employees that would go to Walmart and other businesses on the other side of the street as well. So that way there was a safe, convenient location for them and not have to utilize the driveway. There was a comment in this area regarding the potentially not meeting the front yard landscape requirement. We do meet that now, and we achieved that by eliminating, there was a concrete strip for accommodating EV pads in the future, which we talked about before. So we eliminated that in order to meet the 7.5 foot requirement. The side yards here, if you can see my cursor, I'm going to change it to a hand here. We have a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees to add a buffer, other than just a lawn area, as well as the opposite side of evergreen trees. And we've added evergreen plantings along the Branford connector, more robust, taller trees on the top of the berm for the stormwater basin. This area here is mountain laurel, which is being planted because it's going to be a rather shaded location because of the tall vegetation along the connector, which we are not disturbing. So that is how we are addressing the landscaping on the along the perimeter. There was also a comment regarding the grading to ensure that the retaining wall in this area meets the requirement for the maximum height, and the site had been regraded to achieve those requirements. And the tiered retaining walls, as I'm highlighting here and here, we have provided landscaping at the top and bottom of them. We do require a snow shelf on one side, so there is no landscaping other than lawn to be maintained along here. Just wanted to highlight and point that out. And with that, I think
back to me, Dennis.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So, we would encourage the commission to review the response memo that we submitted yesterday. I think you'll find that we have complied with all of the requests or the comments submitted by Evan. The one thing I do want to discuss with you, and the one exception to my statement that we have satisfied all of Evan's comments, is the issue with regard to lighting under the canopy. We're getting deep into your regulations. In fact, probably the last 3 or 4 pages of your regulations, Appendix B, which sets out requirements for foot candles for different types of locations of buildings. And admittedly, you don't have a large menu of locations, but in Evan's memo, he had indicated that it should be that the area under the canopy, and Dennis, maybe you can put the site plan back up, because I just want to make sure the commission can see the area in which we're discussing.
Bear with me one moment.
Yep.
I lost myself here.
There you go. And so if you can just indicate, there you go. So that area is the canopy that extends out from the building and frankly is part of the building, and under which vans will pull and where they will be loaded by Amazon employees before they go on their way. So it's an area of high activity, and obviously Amazon wants to ensure the safety of their employees. So the issue with regard to your regulations is that one of your menu items, or the way in which you treat lighting, is pedestrian areas and building perimeter. Well, we think that this area is anything but a pedestrian area and building perimeter. So certainly it is not on the building perimeter. In fact, it is under the building because it's under the canopy, and it's certainly not an area for pedestrians because it is intended to be an area of fairly robust work by Amazon employees. So we know that you don't have a standard in your Appendix B for e-commerce facility canopies, but you do have standards for canopies in other contexts, specifically gas stations where you're allowed to go up to 20-foot candles. We're only proposing 10.9-foot candles. So, we think that's, where there's a gap in your regulations, it is appropriate, frankly, that you can use your common sense to say, well, in this location, that makes sense. It's not going to be in any way deleterious to anybody because these lights are going to be underneath the canopy. As you know, they are close to the connector, not near any residential properties. They're nevertheless fully dark sky compliant. So we just think that in the interest of safety, and because your Appendix B talks about recommendations for horizontal illuminance, that a relatively minor expansion beyond the 8-foot candles, which, as I said, it's an inappropriate standard to apply here, from 8-foot candles to 10.9 is entirely appropriate, particularly where if you had a true canopy where people are, another context in which people are under a canopy performing a certain function or work, which is, fueling their cars, they're allowed to be at 20-foot candles. So we think a 10.9-foot candle standard in this area alone it's entirely appropriate. So that concludes our discussion regarding our responses to staff comments. Our next presenter is going to be Rob Baltramitis to talk about our responses to Steve Ullman's comments. And I just want to reiterate, because I heard some commentary before the hearing began, that we supplied a lot of this information prior to the last meeting. So it's been available to everybody for a couple of weeks. Rob?
Eric, could you make him a co-host?
Oh, sorry, I will do that.
Down towards the end.
Okay, Rob, you should be able to unmute now.
I think I'm unmuted. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, John, for turning it over. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Again, for your record, I'm Rob Baltramitis. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I'm the consulting engineer for the applicant. At the last meeting, I presented the findings of the November 2021 traffic impact study from BL Companies. At that time, we were also in receipt of comments from your traffic peer reviewer, Steve Ullman. There were written comments from February 4th and commentary that we had the benefit from a Zoom meeting on February 10th. We prepared an addendum to the traffic report. That was traffic addendum number 1. It was dated February 17th. That revised information was actually submitted back to you on February 17th and was also part of the context of my presentation to you that evening. So like the other presenters, I hope to be brief, but concise and to the point. And over the last 2 weeks, Mr. Ullman's had an opportunity to review that addendum. He issued a letter dated March 1st. And I will follow along with the same sequence as that March 1st letter. First, I want to point out in that most recent letter that Mr. Ullman states that the previous discrepancies that he had found in some of the traffic flow diagrams that had an impact on the no build and build volumes has been corrected. I use those air quotes because his word was corrected. And he also states that the results of the capacity analysis calculations accurately, again, air quotes, reflect the revised analyses. So at the end of the day, you have 2 or essentially 3 traffic engineers, BL, myself, and your expert concurring on the methodology to generate the traffic volumes, the way they were analyzed and the way they're reported back. The next issue, Mr. Ullman is on the record not in support of constructing the new right turn lane. As I explained in detail at the February 17th public hearing, the applicant is proposing to construct a new exclusive right turn lane from along Route 1 westbound onto Commercial Parkway. And while we only add minimal new traffic to the roadway, this offsite mitigation greatly improves the operation of the intersection. In fact, Mr. Ullman agrees that it improves the operation. He opines, however, that the benefit may not outweigh the condition of cars exiting the Starbucks driveway, which is a right turn egress only driveway onto Route 1. Those vehicles presently have to shift over depending on what their ultimate destination is. Of course, they'd have to contend with one more lane, with construction of a right turn lane. So I do want to point out that our project, we don't need to make this improvement to make our project work. We think it makes a lot of sense because it greatly improves operation in this location. So in fact, without the improvement, the intersection of Route 1 and Commercial Parkway will operate at levels of service B, D, and E for the morning, weekday afternoon, and Saturday peak periods. That's what the full build traffic scenario. And as I mentioned at the February 17th hearing, E is considered an acceptable level of service. However, with provision of the right turn lane, And I explained to you the addition of lanes adds capacity to an intersection. And when you do that, you can greatly reduce the average delay that a driver experiences. So with the improvement, those levels of service of B, D, and E go down to still B in the morning, the D becomes a C in the afternoon, and the E becomes a D. So we just think there's a lot of benefit to this improvement. A couple intuitive points I'd just like to make on that. I think we could all agree that one of the busier times for Starbucks is a weekday morning. As supported by the information that we submitted to you, we have a very almost negligible site traffic generation at that same time. Another thing is that the provision of another westbound lane actually helps spread the traffic platoon, and in theory can actually shorten it and help clear out the intersection at the end of a cycle. And that actually would give the ability of an egress driver from the Starbucks driveway an opportunity to get out and enter the traffic stream. We also just recently took a look at 5 years of accident data in this general area of Route 1 and Commercial Parkway. And that 5-year data did not suggest that there were any sideswipe incidences or any incidences at all involving exiting traffic from that driveway. So I can't say that we have a problem and that we possibly be making a problem worse. And the last thing I want to point out is, I think the most difficult movement that driver from the right turn egress driveway would have to make is if they wanted to reverse direction on Route 1 and head back eastbound, because of course their main driveway opposite Route 146 is ingress only. They're not allowed to exit and make a left turn. Well, instead of coming out to Route 1 westbound, trying to get over to the left turn lane to make that U-turn, the better, more simple movement is actually through the Chipotle lot to Commercial Parkway in use of the signalized intersection of Route 1 and Commercial Parkway. And those are common ownerships, by the way. So in short, I think there's a lot of good reasons that we're proposing the right turn lane as our mitigation strategy, not the least of which is better operation and lesser driver delays for 2,400 vehicles in the morning, 4,200 in the afternoon, and 3,200 using that intersection on a Saturday midday. So while Mr. Ullman and I may not agree on whether or not this improvement should be considered, we do, however, agree that this or any offsite improvement is ultimately decided by OSTA, and we will be going to the Office of State Traffic Administration for this project. They are the ones with the jurisdiction on Route 1. Next in his letter, and it's actually a condition of approval, Mr. Ullman is suggesting that we provide the commission with a written narrative on our site generation characteristics. We've actually already taken that liberty and done so. You have an operations analysis that was attached to my letter dated yesterday, summarizing these very issues we're going over. As I described at the February 17th hearing, we normally use estimates from ITE's trip generation to determine what the site generation characteristics of a facility will be. However, in this case, the tenant Amazon has a much better handle on what their operation is. It's summarized in that narrative. At the end of the day, Amazon uses their vast experience developing their program in these sites across the country. And that is also combined with a number of site-specific factors, such as the number of associates at the facility, the number of vans needed at the facility to make deliveries, the surrounding Amazon delivery station networks already in place, and probably most importantly, the anticipated demand for packages in the area based on demographics. As we already told you, we anticipate this facility is going to serve Branford, North Branford, East Haven, and Guilford. The van drivers typically remain within a 45 or 60-minute circumference of drive from the facility. Again, Mr. Ullman had suggested that this be provided to you in writing as a condition of approval, and we've already done that. Mr. Owen also suggested a second condition of approval, and that is that we maintain sight lines by trimming vegetation from our access points to be constructed along Commercial Parkway. Of course, we take no exception to that as well. And finally, before I turn it back to Attorney Nuff, as he had mentioned, Mr. Chairman, you had questioned at the last public hearing, you inquired about the time of year that traffic counts were taken. As I stated at the public hearing on the 17th, we use pre-COVID counts from the Branford Connector study. Those counts were done in 2017. We did some digging. They were actually done in January and February of 2017. We recognize that those are typically lower, volume months. So in addition to the those existing volumes being grown for annual growth rates, they were also grown in the study by 13% in the morning and afternoon peaks and 24% for the Saturday to reflect the seasonal adjustments of typical shoreline communities. And keep in mind, as presented before, we told you that those volumes were in fact approved by CONDOT's Office of Policy and Planning. So I hope that addresses your concern. In summary, I think, you've had the traffic expertise of BL companies, myself, your own peer reviewer, to review the full aspects of the traffic impacts of this project, to determine and verify that there will be no adverse impacts. And also keep in mind, we'll be going to both DOT and to OSTA and soliciting their comments and input as well. So with that, I will turn it back to Attorney Nuff and remain for any questions you might have.
Thanks, Rob. Mr. Chairman, we're happy to proceed however you deem appropriate. As I indicated, I know that there was a request that we respond to a number of questions from Maggie Wheeler. I'd be happy to do so now or wait until commission and staff can speak. So we'll do whatever you want us to do.
Sure. Why don't you go ahead, Mr. Nuff? You may preempt some responses and just.
Okay. And listen, I mean, while there are a lot of questions, I think 28, it won't take me very long to get through these. First of all, Ms. Wheeler indicates that she doesn't endorse the zoning changes. I want to be really clear. There are no zoning changes. We did submit an application to amend your regulations because the failure to include our zone in your signage table was an oversight. So that is the only regulation amendment that we're proposing. That hearing is closed. We do not seek a zone change. We do not seek a regulation amendment. Other than that, and as I indicated at the last hearing, this is the only zone in which this type of use is permitted. And I told you erroneously last time, this is the only property in the zone. Well, it's one of 3 properties in that zone. So the commission and the town has already designated this specific property for this specific use. Now, with regard to the 28 questions, really they fall into one of 3 camps, and our responses fall into one of those 3. So the triage is as follows: either the questions are irrelevant to your charge as a planning and zoning commission and outside your jurisdiction, and frankly, in some cases, wildly outside your jurisdiction. 2, a lot of the questions we've already addressed. The responses are already in the record, fairly easily found on your website and in our presentation this evening. And then the 3rd is we comply with all applicable regulations. So nearly all of my responses fall into one of those 3 camps. Let me get through this quickly. The first question is with regard to traffic and flex vehicles. All that is in our traffic report and in our supplement that we submitted on February 17th. Everything is in there, including the distribution of traffic, both into and out of the site. So that information is available. Number of total vehicles entering and leaving in a 24-hour period. We provided that already at the last hearing with a 24-hour clock. Electric vehicles, we've addressed that. Does Amazon have any intention of creating cargo freight hub in Tweed? Wildly irrelevant, not within your jurisdiction. During extreme rainfalls over 3 inches an hour, can stormwater runoff sustain these conditions? Jeff Dewey very eloquently last time demonstrated to you how we exceed all your stormwater requirements. We are probably one of the very few projects in your town where we are reducing not only the rate of runoff, but also the volume of runoff. So we meet and exceed your stormwater standards, both in terms of volume and stormwater treatment, I would add. How do you guarantee that no surface runoff gets into the wetland behind the facility? Well, again, it was explained at length by Jeff Dewey. We have approval from your Inland Wetland Commission. And in fact, there will be some water going into that wetland because it also can improve the stormwater leaving the site. So we don't want to no water gets there. We want to make sure that there's flows into that wetland area, but from clean water. Homes nearby will be affected by the 24/7 activity at the site. We comply with all applicable requirements in terms of lighting, noise, everything. You know, we will comply in the same way that every other commercial facility and commercial property in the entire town of Branford complies, and that is we have to be dark sky compliance. We have demonstrated to you the timing of all of when our trucks and vans will be leaving. So again, not relevant in terms of guidelines to protect you know, the nearby homeowners. Downlighting and low voltage, again, we comply with your lighting requirements. Well, specific sustainability practices, we've addressed that. Both Corey and Eric have addressed that. Again, there's no opportunity. They asked what penalties will be given if these practices are met. There are no penalties because there are no standards and regulations. Again, a stormwater question, we've addressed that, reducing the rate and volume of stormwater. Another traffic question, we have provided all of the traffic numbers, including distribution, because there's a question regarding traffic going down about 142. It's unlikely that any tractor trailers would ever need to go there. To the extent that there are vans in that area, there are vans going down there now making deliveries to those homeowners nearby. Number 11, based on the peer review by Steve Ullman, mentioned traffic issues. We've addressed those in our various response letters to Mr. Ullman. Can the town order times and roads for vehicles enter? Well, we've been very clear on the time of day when all our vehicles will be entering and leaving the site in a manner to minimize any disruption to traffic on the roadway, because we don't want our vans sitting in traffic as much as you don't want our vans sitting in traffic. Sustainability, again, we've addressed that already. Stormwater's and all in question number 12. Number 13, the town planner showed many issues with landscaping. Dennis went through this evening and demonstrated how we have made changes to our site plan to comply with all your landscaping requirements. 14, well, noise monitors. Well, just like any other town, if there was a noise issue, there are requirements, you know, both for daytime and nighttime, from a commercial site to a residential site or receptor, and we will comply with all of this. Number 15, what percent of the Amazon fleet of this newly proposed site will be electric? We've addressed that. We've been very clear that none at the start, but Amazon is making every effort here and across the country to bring electric vans to their fleets. Will maintenance of vehicles occur on the site? And if so, how? No maintenance of any kind will take place in the facility. No gasoline fueling will take place. No oil changes, no tire changes. That's one of the things we had indicated early on. That's actually a plus for the town of Branford and nearby businesses, because all the folks who are going to be working at Amazon and driving their vans will need to get gas and coffee and gum, snacks, tires, all those things, you know, thereby further supporting the economy in Branford. Again, a question about prime jets of, you know, building up a fleet of 737 and 767s. Again, wildly irrelevant. Can air monitoring be placed at the site? We will comply with all applicable regulations and standards in all regards, whether it's noise or air pollution. Can PCC put restrictions on Amazon entering or leaving the site? Again, we've been very clear about we will be leaving after the morning rush and coming back after the evening rush. Solar power, Eric has addressed that. Carbon footprints, not relevant to your jurisdiction. Amazon promotes jobs to the economy. You wanted to know what our workforce will be in 5, 25, and 50 years. Yes, there will be a significant bump in employment at the site, both in terms of drivers and those working at the facility. I don't think any of us would hazard a guess as to what takes place in any venue in 5 or much less 50 years. 24 is actually one of my favorite questions. Amazon promotes economic growth for the region. Do the tax incentives, subsidies, and comp fees today outweigh the proposed benefits of tomorrow or the next 25 years? There are no tax incentives. There are no subsidies. The cash is flowing one way only, and that is to the town of Branford and to the state of Connecticut. That's it. We are not taking any subsidies of any kind or any incentives or abatements for this facility. The next one is another traffic question. Again, we've addressed it in our various responses, as well as the testimony just now by Rob Bogdamitis. 26 is another tax issue. We have not requested or not received any tax abatements. Number 27, I'll let you read this yourself. I need help explaining this properly, but at the very end of number 27, there's a question posed, and candidly, I'm guessing that one is not within your jurisdiction. I'm just going to leave that last question untouched, other than remarking that it's indicative of the tone and tenor of the entire letter. And then the last one, I think it's another, there's a link to another story. I believe that had to do with tax issues as well. So, as I said, all the questions fall into one of the 3 camps. All the information is available in the record, at least on those questions that are relevant to your jurisdiction. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we'll let the commission take it back over, and we're happy to respond to any questions from you, your staff, or the public.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Mr. Nuff, and thank you for responding to that. I wanted to get that on the record because I know that we're going to open up to the public in a bit, and they will have the opportunity to hear your responses. So with that, we'll turn it over to commission members and staff. Harry and Evan, do you have any further comments on a staff report that you'd like to, or supplements that you'd like to go over with us at this time?
I have not revised my staff report yet. The submission was made of these revisions and the responses to my initial staff report. I believe they were submitted yesterday. So I'd like time to review everything that Mr. Nuff and his team has submitted, provide a report back to the commission at the next meeting.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Evan. Harry, any comments?
Yeah, Harry Smith, Town Planner, a couple things to add. Just to follow up on what Evan said about submitting additional comments. With the revised plans coming in very close to the meeting, we made an attempt to go through them, but should the commission close the public hearing tonight, and that's certainly the choice of the applicant and the commission, if it's closed tonight, we may submit comments after the close of the public hearing, of course, only responding to the material and documents that are present in the application at the close of the public hearing. I also just want to elaborate a little bit on a comment about the process. This is not, as Attorney Nuff mentioned, this is not a zoning change application outside of that small amendment to the signage, which the public hearing for which has already been closed. But I just want to explain what it is. It's an application under the zoning regulations for a special exception approval for the development of this facility, was listed as an allowed use in the zoning regulations, subject to compliance of the application with certain criteria in the zoning regulations, which do not cover all the questions that have been raised to date during the public hearing. As was mentioned by Attorney Nuff, several items that have been raised, clearly probably not within the jurisdiction of the commission. So that's, if you're a member of the public and you're wondering why aren't they talking about this at staff level, or is it, I read their report, they don't cover the installation of solar panels, for example. That's not a requirement of the zoning regulations. So we're looking at specific items that are listed in that set of regulations. I'm not going to go through all of them now, but drainage, lighting, landscaping, things like that are included, and you're welcome to go through the regulations to see what is included. But just wanted to point out that the universe of what is being reviewed is limited and focused on those things in the regulations. Two of them, however, are one is landscaping, I want to talk about for a minute, And maybe, Mr. Godere, if you could put up the landscaping plan again. I am just wanted to follow along, I believe there's a retaining wall along the connector to the, I guess it would be the northwest of the drainage basin there. And that area, I understand there's landscaping proposed along the base of the wall, and that there really is very limited room at the top. Maybe you could explain that a little bit more.
So I'll clarify. The majority of this retaining wall is actually in a cut situation. So the top of the retaining wall is actually on the connector side. So the lower side is where the vans would be parking. The exception is up on the top end northwest corner. It's actually the reverse, just the nature of the topography of the land. But we did still add the landscaping to the top as well.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
So let me understand. So the parking spaces, if you're in a car or van and the headlights are shining towards the connector, essentially they're shining towards our retaining wall in most of that stretch?
In the majority of the stretch, they are. In the upper
Okay.
portion, they are not, because that's where there's a fill situation. But in the majority, it's the opposite.
Okay. In the fill situation to the left of the screen, if you will, is there any treatment along, is there a retaining wall there that, for example, that portion of the parking lot is perched on fill behind that retaining wall?
There would be this would be in a fill, and if there's concern about headlights, we can certainly put a screening fence through here. We are proposing the an evergreen shrub in this area as well. So I think between the two, but it would be a short segment, and we'd be more than happy to work with staff to figure out the exact length that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to respond briefly to the lighting. I do appreciate the desire of the applicant to have a safe working area under the canopy, and I'm certainly not going to contradict what they believe might be the appropriate light levels they would want to have. However, when you look at it in terms of how does this comply with the regulations or not, and Mr. Godere, if you could probably stop sharing your screen, I'm just going to share mine for a second. Thank you. So I just want to walk the commission and everyone through the lighting regulations very quickly. Section 6.7 addresses outdoor lighting. There is a reference in this section to Appendix B, which is for lighting. So we're just going to the next page. This is the appendix for lighting. In here, there's requirements for the amount of lumens, which is basically the amount of light generated by any particular fixture. These are 3 fixtures or less. This kind of site is covered here, which is the medium to large scale site lighting using 4 or more fixtures. And outside of the requirements under number 1 and number 2, we're talking about, this is foot candle readings of the level of light on the ground. And we do have a plan showing that from the applicant. And in terms of what requirements the commission has for what that light level, the maximum light level you can have, we have a table provided on the next page here. That table is referred to as depicting compliant illuminance levels for each site type and zone. Compliance is determined by meeting maximum horizontal foot candle readings the ground pavement level. Maximum minimum foot candle ratios are offered as recommendations for improving lighting uniformity at the site. So when you have this table here with the word recommendation at the top, my understanding, the interpretation of the commission has been that you're talking about these recommended maximum minimum ratios, not the maximum illumination limits, which I have been interpreted since I've been here in the past 7 years as requirements, maximum requirements, standards that need to be met by applications for approvals. And as referred to by Attorney Nuff, there are several categories here. You know, not very many, but there are four. Excuse me, there are three. So we have general public use, commercial, municipal site. We have pedestrian areas, building perimeter, and automotive dealership, excuse me, four, and then gas service station. So the question is where most appropriately this proposal of the area under the canopy would fit. Frankly, with the words gas service station by area, while maybe functionally a lot of activities occurring under here, with those words, I don't know, as staff would certainly recommend the commission consider that this is not a gas service station. It just doesn't apply. It's not an automotive dealership. So we're talking about these two categories here: building a pedestrian area, or building perimeter, or general public use, commercial, municipal site, parking lot. The first category, 7.5 foot candles, is the maximum that zone 2 is commercial zone versus zone 1, which is residential limited density area as described above. So which of the two? I know Attorney Nuff mentioned that this is part of the building, but according to the definition in the zoning regs, a building zone, any structure has a roof and is supported on all sides by walls. Unfortunately, the area in the canopy really doesn't meet that qualification that I can tell. So I really think this is a use and a lighting, an area of a site plan that is not really addressed well by the lighting regulations. While I'm sensitive to the desire to have more than the 8-foot candles allowed, I don't know how we, as a commission and staff, look at permitting that under the current regulations. So, I mean, I'll just stop there. I just wanted to walk everyone through what I saw as how the zoning regulations spoke to the issue. So I will stop there, and we can move on from here. Thank you.
Chuck Anders, Chair. I know that we have our traffic independent expert here, Mr. Ullman. Mr. Ullman, I know there was some reference by Mr. Balta-Maltris about meetings with you and responses. I'd like to hear from you about where you think we stand on things, and if you're prepared to do that.
Yes, I am. Good evening. I'm Steve Ullman. I'm with Alfred Benish & Company. I'm a professional traffic engineer. I was hired by the town to do a peer review of the study by BL Companies and Rob Baltramitis. Rob basically did summarize my March 1 response to his addendum 1 correctly. My comments were based on there were fairly significant errors in some of the traffic flow diagrams. And with addendum 1, those were corrected. So that while there are still some minor discrepancies due to rounding errors, essentially the volumes that they're presenting represent a accurate picture of what's going to happen with this development. I reviewed the capacity analyses. I checked for all the inputs to make sure they didn't do any, put all the inputs in correctly to the model so that this model is correct. And the results of the capacity analyses as presented in their revised table 5 is an accurate representation of what their analyses show. So that part is complete. You have our best information you can get at this point in terms of level of service and operation of the roadway network around the site. I still believe that the adding of the right turn is problematic. Right turn on southbound Route 1 at Commercial Parkway. I know there haven't been sideswipe issues now out there, but you are adding a significantly more difficult maneuver for those people exiting Starbucks. and I'll address that a little bit further in my response to his March 2nd memo. Their response included the narrative that I had asked for on the trip generation. I really wanted the narrative there so it was on the record for you to have to see just how the generation was done. I am in agreement that this is probably the best estimate we're going to get for this facility. ITE generation rates don't really address this kind of facility. And I would, unfortunately, since they're the applicant, but they're probably more of an expert on it than ITE at this point, on how their facilities will operate and how they want them to operate. However, I think you need it in the record, that in writing, so you have something to go by when you approve it and look at it, you know, in the future, or someone else goes to use the site. We know how this was done. So that was included, and I'm satisfied with their explanation. Going back to the right turn lane, yes, this will be adjudicated by the OSTA. They have the sole authority on access and improvements to state roads, of which Route 1 is, obviously. I bring it up that you can, if you agree with me that you don't like it and think that it's not going to be safe and not desirable, I would recommend that the commission write a letter to the OSTA as a concerned party saying your concerns. If you disagree with me and think it's a good thing, you can certainly write that as well. But I just wanted to make, you know, bring up the point to the commission that those are my concerns. Mr. Baltamitis has addressed them. I guess I just disagree that I think level of service is not the all riding factor here. And then lastly, the only other comment I had was on my original letter, I was a little concerned with the parking layout as people would access the rideshare shelter. They have to drive through that southerlymost parking lot. I'm afraid people maybe do U-turns or K-turns in places that they shouldn't. However, you know, it is Amazon's responsibility to make sure there's safe operations on their site. But those are my only concerns at this point. If you have any questions, I'm here. Glad to answer them.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Olin. Maybe you could, does someone have a drawing that shows the proposed additional lane that just so I could see it? Make sure I'm understand the issues.
Sure.
I don't know. Maybe the applicant.
I'm sure we do, Mr. Chairman. Give us a moment. Dennis can filter through his layers.
Yeah, you'll have to give me a moment to track that one down. I apologize. Bear with me. Maybe move on to something else at this moment.
Well, actually, if you let me do it, I can share.
If you have it ready, go right ahead, Mr. Ullman.
Wrong screen. There. This was in their traffic addendum, and they presented this, I believe, at the last public hearing, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yes.
The items in red are what is proposed for this shopping center, the Aldi's, and I guess it's Chase Bank. They're adding a right turn lane into the site and extending it through here. What they're proposing, and Rob or John be sure to correct me, from what I understand is starting at the stop bar here, southbound at Route 149, they're going to open up to a right turn lane, continue the right turn lane through the intersection. So now you'll have a left turn for southbound, a left turn into 151, 1151, 3 through lanes, and a right turn lane, with the caveat that this outermost through lane becomes a right turn lane onto the connector. So if you want to go to see my cursor.
Do we lose Mr. Ullman?
Yeah, I think we might have. At least his voice. He's frozen. Oh, there he is.
My internet came up and said I had an internet problem.
Okay.
Okay, we hear you.
How much of that did you hear?
I think we lost you when you were talking about the transition of the one of the through lanes to a right turn lane to go onto the connector right after that.
Okay. What is now the rightmost lane, which would be the third through lane? As it continues through the intersection, becomes a right turn onto the connector. So if you want to go
If you can hear us, Steve, I think we lost you again. You just,
points west
there we go.
or south of that, you have to be in the through lanes, if you will, or my little here, which means if someone's coming out of Starbucks, they got to move over 2 lanes to get to here.
Right.
That's my concern.
Okay. And I understand that. And I understand someone going out of Starbucks is not going to want to make the right turn into Commercial Parkway, because if they did, they just go out the other exit.
Right.
I mean, why go through a light, even that option? So they're going to want to go over at least 1 lane if they're going on to exit 53. That could be. The problem we have is what we have: 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like 5 stoplights within a third of a mile, and you can see 3 of them here. And that's why hopefully the exit 53 combo will happen someday. But what about the immediate reaction seeing that is, that's great. They're adding another lane. That's great. More capacity. Could they continue it over to exit 53, over to the entrance onto the highway? Because, and I know that would probably still have the safety problem you have, but it would, I'd love to have another lane there, because that's where I see it in the morning. That's where I'm used to driving AM problem, and it's backed up. It's stacked. You have the traffic lights, and they and they can stack up to the next light. It usually gets through, but it's difficult. If you had another, if you had the lane continue, not just a right turn lane, but a whole other lane going to exit 53, because I think a lot of traffic goes that way. So I don't know.
From a constructability standpoint, I don't know how the grades work out, but the connector is not wide enough to have 2 right turn lanes onto it. So they'd end up having to widen the connector for quite a ways.
Okay.
I think the geometry chasing would be problematic.
Okay, I assumed there was a problem with it, because someone would have thought of it, but okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's anything else, Mr. Ullman, you want to review with us?
No, I'm all set, unless you have other questions.
Okay, let's open up for questions to the applicant from commission members. Commission members have any questions, comments for the applicant before we open up to the public?
Joe Chadwick speaking. Relative to the lighting, I understand Harry's concern and staff's concern about the harmonization of a lighting standard with the regulations. But I have sort of two things I need to bring up. One of them is, this is, in its uniqueness, this is a workplace. People are doing work there, and there are regulations under OSHA about a safe workplace. Insufficient lighting and an accident caused by insufficient lighting were to be actionable by OSHA. They could use the defense that, well, the town made us use insufficient lighting, and that would come back on the town and be a significant problem. I don't think we need that. I can consider that it is probably more closely akin to an automobile dealership in that there are people working there in a pretty contained area, even though it's not strictly a building by the definition. But I would be interested to see some site sections. I was trying to draw them during the discussion, but I couldn't make out the elevations on the scale on my screen. I think it would be significant to have some site sections to demonstrate that the intensity of the light would not affect drivers on the exit ramp, exit 53. These could be drawn pretty quickly, and it could very easily determine the extent to which the canopy is brought down to contain the light. I know how distracting after driving a long time at night, you come up on a truck stop or some interchanges, and lights from gasoline station canopies can make a person crazy in a big hurry. So if the light can be contained and they can demonstrate it can be contained, I would argue pretty seriously about allowing for a higher illumination level, since this is really a workplace and there are safety issues involved. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Joe. And perhaps I don't know if one follow-up question with that. You indicate this is an area, this is a canopy next to a building, but looking at the site plan, there's a bunch of vehicles right next to it. Are vehicles going to be serviced under the canopy, or are people getting in and out of vehicles, or what's happening?
No. Good question, Mr. Chairman. So that's actually the area in which the vans are going to be loaded. So that's what. So when I say it's an area of robust activity, it is indeed that. So a wave of trucks will be moving into that area, and then those vans will be loaded by Amazon employees. And so obviously you can imagine there's a lot of, I'm going to sound like I'm 90 years old, but hustle and bustle, I'll call it, in terms of activity in that area as people are loading these packages of various sizes. I mean, you could be buying God knows what, and packages of significant size and perhaps significant weight, and you want to make sure that the driver or the person loading the van, can see, what it is that he or she is doing. Listen, I mean, this is not a knockdown, drag-out fight between Harry and me. This is, two land use professionals trying to figure out what it is that you do when the regulations don't cover something. This is not that different from when you have a use that the parking standard doesn't apply. I made the crazy proposition when I spoke to Harry that let's just use our common sense. And, we also chuckle. It's like, wait, this is land use. Common sense doesn't apply. But I mean, candidly, listen, we don't need to check our common sense at the door. This is something that, I mean, if we're proposing 30-foot candles or 50-foot candles, I would absolutely agree. But because this is not a pedestrian area, and certainly you want safety for pedestrians, but they're not picking up heavy boxes, walking around vehicles. They're walking down the streets. And so if we're comparing the two, if we have to choose between a gasoline canopy, which also is not a building, or a pedestrian area, we're much closer to the gasoline canopy than we are to the pedestrian area. And even if you want to put all that aside, I think under the language of your appendix and the reference to recommendations, you don't have to slavishly adhere to even that 8-foot candle requirement.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Mr. Nuff. I mean, the way I was thinking of it was if there were loading vehicles, if there's a vehicular related aspect of the use, tables 2 and 3, where we allow the higher illuminations, are both vehicular. One is an automobile dealership, that's a vehicular one. Table 3 is the gas service station, that's a vehicular one. If you could argue that this is a vehicular type of use, loading of vehicles, then you could argue that it comes more within those categories versus something else.
Absolutely. And candidly, I don't know what they're doing I'm not arguing, they're saying that, or suggesting that you should lower your requirement for car dealerships, but there's a lot less activity taking place in a car dealership parking lot than there is going to be taking place under this canopy.
Sure.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I should have added, it was certainly up to the commission how you want to interpret the regulations, but and I know the commission's aware that you don't have unfortunately, the ability to vary regulations. With some sections, there is a modification section in the landscaping standards that allows you to do that, which is convenient. Whether interpretation can be made to figure out a way to fit this into the current regulations, I'll leave to the commission, but this section probably needs to be rewritten anyway. The whole lighting section is due for an overhaul. That's one option. Another option might be all the arguments have been brought up by Mr. Chadwick and Attorney Nuff. It could be potentially arguments for variance as well. I mean, that's the other solution to when a standard in the zoning regulations creates a hardship for an applicant. So I'll just throw that out there. I mean, this is, something the commission's probably going to want to discuss, post public hearing and prior to decision being made.
Chuck, I understand. Thank you, Harry. Other members?
Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry, but there's one other photograph that Dennis can share that shows what the canopy actually looks like. And so, to Mr. Chadwick's points, this could be helpful if Dennis can share his screen one more time. So this is with reference to, there we go. So that's what the canopy looks like. And if you go to a topo, it's going to be significantly above the grade of Commercial Parkway. So I understand the point of, like, if you're driving at night and you sort of come upon a bright situation that it can be a little bit jarring. But again, this is 2-foot candles or 3-foot candles over what is the recommended for a building perimeter. And then this is what the cross section depicts. There you can see right in it's called fleet loading, and is frankly below the line of sight of a driver on the connector. So even though it's a minor deviation from the pedestrian area standard, that area won't be seen from drivers on the connector.
Great, Chuck Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Nuff.
Thanks, Dennis.
Other members of the commission with questions or comments before we open up the public?
Just real quick, it's Marcy Paluzzi. I certainly understand the line of sight, but I wanted to, if you could just put those sections back up. Was curious to see those sections relative to the retaining walls for the planting. I kind of missed the vertical relationship of those as you were presenting, and that would be helpful to me, please.
Sure. I don't know, Dennis, can you zoom in on that area?
I'm trying to get myself off of mute here. So,
Gotcha.
So we've got these were presented during the Zoning Board of Appeals for the building height. So we've got 3 sections in different directions here. The first one on the top right is located right along this area here. There's this short section, so you can see the loading area and the tiered retaining wall that we had talked about with the landscaping. This is the property line, and then the Branford connector. So if you're on the connector and you're looking up, you're going to be looking primarily at all the vegetation that exists and that will remain. And then in some areas we're enhancing the vegetation for the retaining walls. But that's basically all you're going to see. And then you're looking up and over the building. And that's what the red line here depicts. Similarly, on the northeast to southwest cross section, which is this longer red line, which extends from the connector out towards Walmart. Again, you'll be looking through the vegetation, over the retaining wall. You might catch a glimpse of the building corner here. And then the third elevation or section that we're showing is a longer section extending from Route 1 out to the connector, and the connector being over here on the left side. Again, looking over the existing vegetation that's in the DOT right away. And I can zoom in a little bit. And you can see this is where the retaining wall I was discussing before about the landscaping is actually in a cut situation. So the parking is below, so you won't see the vans or the lighting of the vans in most situations. I wouldn't say all, but in most.
Sure.
And so you would be looking over it, and then you might catch a glimpse of the top of the building, but you're looking over the canopy. So, and I'd say all situations, you're looking over the canopy, and you wouldn't see any of the lighting. This does not obviously depict an analysis of the lighting of the canopy in that respects. I will say that we have submitted for the record, and we have lighting plans with all the foot candles that takes into consideration the canopy lighting as well, and what the foot candles are outside of that is outside of the canopy.
And could you keep going right on that one so I could see the relationship to the Route 1? Do you have anything that I thought I saw that? So there's the parking.
Yeah, so Route 1 is way down here. So,
so it's sloping up gradually. I thought there were some walls along the Route 1.
Yeah, there's a retaining wall over here. There's no line that's being drawn. I mean, I could sketch it a line here roughly. But you know.
Yeah, no, I understand it.
Yeah.
If you go back to the map, you just zoomed in so much. So yeah, so if you ran along the length, there's two walls between the just between the two towards the Route 1. What are the heights of those walls and just south of that line?
I'll have to pull up the grading plan. It's going to vary in different areas. Let me just stop sharing my screen for a moment and let me pull up the grading plan.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of what you would see from Route 1 as far as the parking and whether those walls and landscaping shield the parking. I don't mind. It's a distance so far.
It's like it's over a quarter of a mile away. I don't think anybody's going to really see anything just because of the sheer distance, to be honest with you. But let me look back at the grading plan.
Well, imagine there'd be some sight line to the building, which I don't think is a bad thing. You want to know that the building's there to some extent, but it would be nice to have that not see the parking if possible, or the large expanse of parking that's over there.
Yeah, well, we did. Let me, to that point, let me share my screen again. Where did everybody go here? Excuse me. We are, into the point of the comments from town staff, we are providing the evergreen buffer along this area too. So that will fill in and provide the buffer for that area. The walls in this area are roughly, they're going to vary from 8 to 10 feet along here. And then there's another wall that's 6 feet high along here as well.
Okay, that helps a lot.
You won't see the parking. You'll catch glimpses of the building, but you won't see the parking.
No, I was trying to remember the relationship between the field being 6 feet or so and the road being 8 feet below that. And no, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair Candace, Chair, thank you, Marcy. Other questions, comments from commission members before we open up to the public?
Yeah, Massimo Ligori.
Massimo, go ahead.
Chuck, Fred,
Yeah.
Well, I called on Massimo first, Fred.
That's okay, no problem.
Thanks. Massimo, go ahead. Where's Massimo? Did we lose Massimo?
He was just speaking a second ago.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
He is not on the participant list.
Okay. Oh. Well, we'll let him get back, but in the meantime, Fred, why don't you go?
Yes, this is a question to Attorney Ruff. Common sense question. The spokesman for Amazon said they had over 1,000 buildings. I have to assume that with 1,000 buildings, at least there's another one that has the appearance of this one with the canopy. So with all the discussion about lighting, I'm just wondering, is it possible to find out in general what are they using on other buildings, and use that as at least comparison, maybe not the criteria, but a comparison of what this building should be. I quite honestly know the difference between whether it's 3 lumens, 5 lumens. If you give me a bulb, I know a 60-watt bulb, but there's other stuff I'm not really familiar with. So I would think that Amazon trying to be as efficient as they are and meet zoning regulations in other areas, what are they using for lighting? That would be a fair comparison, I think, to at least give us, whether our regulations absolutely address the issue or not. Would you be interested to know what other Amazon buildings are using with this kind of situation? Thank you.
Yeah, I can
directly from Eric. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, so I can address that one. So this is our standard. This is a basic design standard that we use for all facilities of this type. So if there's a canopy like this for a delivery station, this is the design standard we're using for lighting under our canopies.
Thank you.
Great. Chuck Candace Chair. Thanks, Fred. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Do we get Massimo back?
I don't see him. I'll give him a call right now.
Okay. Any other members of the commission with questions or comments before we open up the public?
Joe Vayuso.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah. Curious, what's the total parking spaces do you have on the site? And out of that, how many parking spaces are going to be used for the delivery vans?
All right, Dennis, can you get that one? Can you pull up the plan?
Excuse me?
No, I was wondering if Dennis can pull up the plan and we can show you the different parking areas.
I mean, a ballpark. I don't want it right to the last car, but give me an idea. How many vans are going to be there in comparison to how big the parking lot is? How many spaces you have?
Joe, I think they're going to try and pull a plan up to show you, but
right.
You'll probably, maybe they can give you a number, as well. Let's see.
Not, I'll see it in a 3 or 4 minute delay.
Yeah.
I just spoke to Commissioner Ligori. He'll be joining us in a few seconds, and he does have additional questions for the applicant.
Okay. In the meantime, we're waiting for the applicant to pull up the plan to show the parking. Is that the, or
This is Marcy. Can I just interject while they're doing that?
Go ahead.
And they can answer the question while they're talking about the parking. Is it my understanding that the people who are coming to drive the van, come park the cars, pick up the van there and then leave, and then vice versa? So,
right.
One car is coming. Go ahead.
That's correct. So in the northernmost parking field, that's what's taking place. Drivers come and arrive in their own personal vehicle, hop out and get into a van. So I just found the parking table that I've listed on our site plan application. And I apologize, Mr. Chairman. We'll get you the information specifically of how many spaces.
John, did you need me to pull up some information? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dennis, the question is exactly how many parking spaces we have on the site, and while our parking table indicates that we have more spaces than are required, I don't see on the site plan sheet exactly how many spaces we have.
Yeah, we do, and that is part of the requirement for Amazon. We have the 213 associate spaces, and then there's 539 van parking spaces. I can share my screen and pull that back up.
I don't know that that's necessary, but that's helpful. Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
So you have only and only 200 and something parking spaces for the employees, not
Right.
counting the employee warehouse.
Right. So there's, if you recall the presentation last time, the parking fields fall into one of two different camps. There's the parking field that's closest to Route 1, which is where Amazon employees will be coming. Those who work within the building itself will come. They'll park and obviously spend the day within the facility. And then the northernmost parking field is where the vans will sit, through the evening hours and overnight. And that's where drivers will come, park their personal vehicles, and take their assigned van and get into the queue. So there will be a time, in both the morning and in the evening when that transfer is taking place from people getting into their vans and then back into their personal cars. So there is a degree of a little bit of overlap in parking, just because people need to be able to find a spot to park their van when they return and then take off again. So that's the purpose of that parking.
Can I ask another question relative to that? It's Marcy again. So if I got, just generally speaking, 200 people coming on a shift, I'm not sure what the shifts are, but I mean, do they come in at half-hour waves so that as they're loading the trucks, you're not having 50 people come to work and 50 vans trying to leave? Or how do the shifts work? And where the other question I have is, when vans do break down, where are they taken? And is the van area secure?
Yeah, I can take that one. So I did talk about sort of a day in the life at the last hearing, but the majority of the associates are going to come in the overnight hours before the van drivers arrive. And then in the morning, the van drivers will arrive. This is off the peak periods of local traffic. The van drivers will arrive, pick up the vans will be loaded, and the vans will depart. So we've staggered it so that we don't have associates arriving or leaving when vans are departing or returning. And again, that's all timed out to avoid local peak periods of traffic. In terms of van maintenance, we handle that mostly off-site. I mean, anything complicated or intense in any way is going to be handled off-site through the delivery service personnel. And so that's going to be handled off-site.
I have one more question. You have 500 and some odd vans. How do they get gassed up? They must have to be gassed up at least once every 2 days, if not once every day. How do those vans get gassed? Is there somebody goes their truck and fills them at night? Or they have to, how does that work?
So the driver will have a card that's issued to them, and they will use that card to gas the vans off-site, and will be reimbursed through our standard sort of reimbursement program for off-site fueling.
Thank you.
Hi, Massimo Ligori here. I have a question, or maybe a couple. I'm hearing a lot of traffic, solutions. Maybe their solutions going southbound. I'm not hearing anything, or maybe I'm missing it, of the traffic going northbound. Because to go north, you're going to have to probably, go down Route 1 and go up exit 54 over there, which is a very busy intersection. And I'm not hearing nothing about that. I don't know if I missed it. I was very excited when Amazon was coming here. I thought you were going to have an on-off and make a, new entrance onto the highway. It keeps the financial aspect of what happens in this town is, keeps the residents, expenses lower. So I was excited, but I live here with, a couple of tens of thousands of other residents that live in Branford, and that's a very busy area. I can't see how there's not going to be any traffic issues the way it is, but can you just, going northbound is something I just didn't hear about, and I just kind of want to know if there's any analysts, going northbound there, what you guys think about that.
Yes, I'll let Rob respond, but certainly that intersection was included in our traffic study that Mr. Ullman has reviewed. But Rob, do you want to discuss that specifically?
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Attorney Nuff, and thank you for the question. You keep in mind, we presented at the February 17th meeting that there are offsite improvements being proposed by the development directly across from Commercial Parkway. So that's the Aldi and Bank development, where they're doing widening of Route 1 as part of their project. So, whether we call it the northbound or eastbound, depending as, north arrow points, we're talking the same direction. So there are improvements currently proposed and being implemented presently.
Going from Main Street to the highway entrance, there's you can't even widen that road anymore over there. I don't know how an improvement would be made from Main Street to exit 54. And another question or concern maybe that I have is, I know that Tweed is expanding New Haven Airport. I know that Amazon had, you have 1,000 other locations, and, they had vans, and then they did bring in, tractor trailers eventually. And if that was to happen in this area of Branford, boy, would there be a serious problem if tractor trailers were to drive up and down that road from Tweed. I want to know, is there any, if we could put any conditions on, even in the future, for the future, if that's, if something like that could possibly happen, it would kind of be devastating for the traffic over there without an on-off exit from exit 53.
I mean, what you're suggesting is an enormous undertaking that can never be done by a private developer, because you'd be breaking the non-access line of Connecticut DOT, which is virtually unheard of. I know that there's been studies taking place literally for decades with regard to this area and Commercial Parkway and the connector, but for a private entity, on a this is a large development, I think, by anyone's estimation, but nonetheless, it is not a, such a, magnificently large project that would militate in favor of, blowing up that intersection in the way that you suggest, that we would have our own, entrance and exit off of, Interstate 95.
Okay, I mean, that would be cool. That would be great if there were no tractor trailers to come in the future.
Yeah, but I think that's the point, is that, as we've indicated, the tractor trailers will be coming, during quiet times of the day, and, so as not to, impede traffic in that area, in the same way that the vans are going to be leaving after the morning peak and then returning after the evening peak. So, in the same way that, the commission and you and the town does not want, any additional traffic or in any way, lowering the levels of service and having, our drivers, sitting in that traffic. We don't want that either. Our desire meshes perfectly with the desire of this commission and the desire of all the townspeople to minimize traffic impacts, because it simply is inefficient. And I think Amazon's known for anything, it is for their maximum efficiency in every regard, including managing their traffic.
Yeah, I've seen tractor trailers try to get from Route 1 to exit 54, and they've never made it into one lane. They always occupy two lanes on that turn, I've seen it quite often in this town, over in that area. Okay, it was a question I was curious about. I'm pretty sure I got the answer. I just think that the commission and the public needs to understand what can happen there.
And at the risk of belaboring it, I mean, ultimately, this is up to OSTA. And I know that everyone has, there's not anyone who gets behind a wheel that doesn't have an opinion about traffic. But in this case, there's really only one opinion that counts, which is OSTA. And certainly they will take into account the desires and preferences of the town, but ultimately it's going to be their call.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of opinions that count. There's probably, tens of thousands of opinions that do count in this town. But you're right. I mean, ultimately, there's probably one person that has control of that, and or one group. But I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Hi, Marcy again. I have a question that's a little bit similar to this. In your opinion, given that Amazon is such a, well-known major entity, obviously not bringing tractor trailers at this point or considering it, or obviously not, doing the cargo type thing, there is sentiment in town and a lot of fears that fall about, increased traffic because of the issue of the 53 northbound on and off ramps that aren't there. And I just was curious if Amazon had an opinion whether their presence here would be a positive driver to encouraging those to move in that direction in the future or not.
And I'm sorry, I just want to be clear as the question in terms of the redoing the so-called pretzel in the entire area.
No. The lack of northbound, like a lack of a northbound ramp onto 95 from the 53 sector or southbound exit from the north. That that's come up numerous times in relation to the pretzel intersection, and the impact that happens is you have to get off 50. A lot of people get off 53 to get back on 54 to go north. So that linkage along Route 1 is heavily used, and there's been ongoing discussions and studies, I know by BL in particular, about doing that. And I'm just kind of curious what Amazon's opinion is about whether, their presence would help drive, future, northbound lanes onto 95 at that point.
I certainly don't think you would harm that desire. You indicate properly that BL has looked at this intersection with DOT for many, many years. I had indicated when we opened the hearing that back in the mid or late 90s, this site was approved for a Home Depot, which frankly probably generates far worse or greater peak traffic, Saturday midday peak, Friday afternoon peak than our use would. So I mean, certainly that would be added to the mix. But as I indicated in my response to Mr. Ligori, the redevelopments or the reconfiguration of that area is a monstrous undertaking, and the fact that it hasn't taken place is an indication that. Nonetheless, I think what our traffic study demonstrates is that the levels of service will be maintained to maintain the efficiency in that area, particularly because the way in which our traffic will be dovetailing with the peak hours, both morning, afternoon, and Saturday.
Well, let me ask that in reverse.
Okay.
So is it fair to say that once levels of service, not from this project, but maybe the next 5 projects start to drive Route 1 up to those higher levels, is that what it's going to take to drive the state to add a northbound access from 53? I mean, is that how the OSHA operates? That's really what I'm getting at. Not that Amazon has any, any obligation to do the intersection or fund it or anything. Just, what does it take to get to that point from a state level is really what I'm trying to understand relative to this application and future applications along Route 1 between 53 and 54.
No, I listen, anything along Route 1 is going to require either DOT or OSHA approval. Obviously, OSHA only handles major traffic generators as defined under the statutes. But yeah, could there come a time at some point that some developer may have to do a far more substantial improvement to Route 1 or to the connector. That's possible if the levels of service dip below a certain threshold. The good news is we're not dipping below that threshold with our project. In terms of the long-standing desire to reconfigure that area, if you're asking me to prognosticate about the activities of the governments, you're in the wrong place. I certainly can't do that.
No, I think Massimo Ligori here. No, I think that it's going to be a tight squeeze with vans only, and I think what I'm understanding from you is that there possibly is going to be tractor trailers coming in and out.
Without question. At times of the day when the rest of the roadway system is quiet. I mean, and by the way, there isn't a use that would be going on to a site of this size that wouldn't involve tractor trailer. If it was a Stop and Shop or a Home Depot or any of those things, tractor trailers would certainly be involved. I mean, there's tractor trailers going to Walmart as we speak. But again, the idea is that they will be arriving and departing at a time of day when they have the least impact on local traffic.
Thank you very much.
And if I may, this is Rob Ultralightus for your record. I just want to add a little context to this conversation. If you recall and I apologize, I'm going to turn my video on. So if you call it the February 17th public hearing, I actually talked about the site numbers, the site trips that this facility would generate. It's essentially negligible in the morning peak period. In the afternoon, it's a total of 82 trips in an hour. And on a Saturday midday, it's 109 total vehicles per hour. So what I like to do, let's take that worst case scenario of 109 in an hour. Now, traffic obviously arrives randomly, but if it was uniform, 109 vehicles is actually less than 2 vehicles per minute. So if you picture any intersection out there, take Commercial Parkway or Route 1, if you were to watch that for a full minute and I added 2 vehicles there, I don't think you could notice a difference. And that's the really the crux of this application is it's really not a high traffic generator. And I just wanted to remind the commissioners of that conversation we had on the 17th.
Yeah, I think if you added 2 maybe vans wouldn't be much of an issue, but 2 tractor trailers would be an issue. I drive there almost every day, and 2 tractor trailers could be an issue for sure.
Right. No, and I appreciate that, but only a percentage and a smaller percentage of our overall traffic is actually tractor trailers. And for what it's worth, and not to do a deep dive into traffic engineering analysis, but when we're doing our analyses, we also use what are passenger car equivalents. So a tractor trailer, let's just say, represents the same as 3 vehicles. So in the analysis, even though it's 1 tractor trailer, we're actually adding 3 cars into the analysis because that's the capacity of the roadway or intersection it would take up, if that makes sense. So we do properly account for the type of vehicle that we're adding as well.
So more like 6 instead of 2.
It's actually in the 3 range, but in some cases, yeah, maybe it feels more like 6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Mr. Nuff, one follow-up on the Exit 53 discussions that may never happen, which would require lots of federal aid. My understanding is that essentially would require eliminating the off-ramp would go on to Commercial Parkway, and you'd eliminate the separate entranceway on there, eliminate one of the lights. And there's been a number of plans done by BL since the 90s that have shown possibilities of doing that. But my understanding is that nothing you're proposing on this site would eliminate or prohibit that from occurring. In other words, none of those plans showed
precisely. Yes.
Yeah, taking part of your land for the new roadway, right, or something like that, right?
That's correct. This plan accommodates any of those changes.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay. Any other questions from other members of the commission or staff before we open up the public? Hearing None, then let's open up to the public. Evan, do you want to go over the rules again? I see there's a number of hands raised, but why don't you go over it and then we'll start recognizing members of the public.
Sure. At the bottom of your screen, there is a reactions button. There's a smiley face. If you click on that, there's the option to raise your hand. If you'd like to participate, please use the raise your hand function. I think we have a few lined up already. And if you have phoned in, you can also press *9 to participate. And we will start with Maggie Wheeler.
Oh. Hello, everybody. Okay. So, you know, I'm a detail person and an environmentalist, and really feel that the Branford community is important as a shoreline, destination, vacations, just everything. You know, we love our area and we know that. Having this last mile 24/7 warehouse, do we have any of those anywhere in the city so far? 24/7, yes or no? Anybody want to answer out there? No?
I don't know, but why don't you just make your comments? We'll allow the applicant.
Well, I'm asking you because you want to look for a special exception.
I mean, there is a 24-hour server on exit 56. There are 24/7. But anyway, please make.
There's a 24/7. So there's a 24/7 guest.
I don't know the answer, but
okay. But it's important that the public understands that this is a new facility in Branford that hasn't happened before, and it's a large scale. So that's important to put that out in the beginning. I just feel.
Sure, that's a fair point.
Okay. And during the February 17th meeting, there were a lot of questions that came out about the traffic study that were not answered tonight. And I feel kind of offended by the fact that, and I can go through the list. And I also, you know, Evan said he got the review of the study of February 17th last week, yesterday. And I said, well, where is the opportunity for the public, you know, to get that? He goes, he sent it to me in an email in the Dropbox. And I went through it very quickly. It was very skimpy, didn't answer the questions. And if you go back and listen to the February 17th meeting, I can prove to you beyond a shadow of a doubt that there are 50% of the questions that were asked about traffic were not answered tonight. And that really, I don't know. I mean, just because these people, you know, everybody's like, or traffic expert or an engineer or a lawyer, doesn't mean that someone in the public who studies and asks questions can't be, you know, educated in a clear way, which is, I feel, hasn't happened tonight. And I'm deeply insulted by that. So there's a lot of questions that, I mean, on traffic. If you want, I will go through the whole list of questions that were not answered. Okay, so number one, the questions that were not answered tonight: what were the total number of entrants of vehicles, including flex vehicles, proposed to leave and enter the facility in a 24-hour period? Anybody want to answer that? Not answered. That's important to know. You know, the idea that there isn't going to be traffic in the morning, which is the hours, I think, between 6 and 8, limiting that traffic to not having vans going out or freight going in. We need that defined. It needs to be defined, and including flex vehicles. So if people are coming to work, is that included in the people not coming in the morning at 0 to 8 o'clock? Are the flex vehicles included? In terms of the number of parking places and the volume of vehicles on the property, how many flex? I don't have any percentages of flex vehicles at all. And in the traffic study, that wasn't there. So we want to know, I mean, we need time to go back and look at the traffic study in its revised form. There was a commenter last week who said, why are there so many zeros and missing information in the traffic study? And that wasn't answered tonight. She answered very important questions in the 24-hour period, which is similar to the questions I asked. And then there was the levels of service, some of the poor grades that were going on, and the lighting changes, especially down Short Beach Road. you know, as Massimo was saying earlier on, I think he clarified it later on, that there is freight leaving. And the freight is going from where? Where is it coming from? Where is it heading to? That's important that we understand this. And if it is going towards an airport, if there's a long-term plan by you know, this particular facility, Last Mile, to go to cargo freight at Tweed, then we open up a whole new ballpark in the future that we can't close the door on before these questions are answered and clearly need to make sure we have ordinances and regulations. The other big question that wasn't answered from last time was that I brought up special conditions that were made in other states about not having vehicles leaving the facility or entering the facility during rush hour, you just, you know, clean up the little period of time in the morning. But let me tell you, try going on Route 1 between 4 and 6 and it's a mess. And so that needs to be a special condition and regulation put in during this process, because, and then also the Saturday afternoon peak. You know, the numbers are missing. I don't, you know, they said 109 per hour during peak. What? Could you imagine that? 109 vehicles during peak. That's, you know, they said less than 1 a minute, but I mean, I need to sit down and do the math. I need to see the data. You know, we're not ignorant people here. We are the public. We are the voice of this town. And I urge the, you know, the commission to again, let us have time to study these. It was rushed through. I felt that Attorney Knuff was banging, oh, well, that's irrelevant. Oh, that's not this and that. That's not true. Well, I was hoping that he would allow, he said early on, these questions that came in, which came in from a variety of people, he said early on, well, let's, you know, let the public be involved. I didn't have a chance to clarify these questions that were answered. With the way he answered them, he was closing the door, but not answering the questions. It was evasive. And I'm sure if we go back and watch this video later on, we could easily go and find out how evasive these comments were. I'm grateful for some of the things that they decided to look on as far as, I mean, some of the things I thought that came up tonight, new things. The idea of keeping the plants along, the plants along the not commercial highway, the off-ramp, there's good. Suggestions of getting our public state representatives to make an on-ramp, off-ramp, off the connector is something to consider. If they're willing to pay for the driveway going all the way up, potential something in the future. We should wait for that. Let me see, there's a lot of things in here. Total number of parking places. They said 213 for employees, 539 for vans. They didn't talk about the freight and they didn't talk about the flex vehicles coming in and out. So again, they're leaving out numbers. And as far as that goes, hold on. Lighting, please make sure that the lighting going down by the back part of the parking lot into the wetlands definitely needs to be modified for the wildlife back there. You know, at the far back end, the north end, I guess you would call it. Consider doing that. When, let's see. Oh yeah, there was other questions that weren't answered that were on these things. The fact that Amazon around the country is proposing to use drones and to use self-electric vehicles. I suggest that we in Branford make some conditions of not to have drone deliveries from this Amazon last mile. I don't want a drone coming into my backyard and looking at what I am doing. There must be, and I know they're doing it in different parts of the country and the world. And so that's something that we need to do. Okay, the loss of service to Short Beach. Last week, I asked a question about the 15% of traffic going down Shore Drive. And I asked 15% of what? What specifically is going to be the traffic going down Shore Drive? if you say 15%, you know, and the times of day, I think that needs to be spelled out, because there's an important historic district down there. And I'd like to have that compared to 146. And here's the other thing that we have to consider. Being a 24/7 service of just in and out vehicles all day, how are we going to enforce penalties if these violations occur? Is there going to be a penalty for, you know, are we going to have some watchdog down there who is going to, or maybe what we need is an overhead, you know, camera that we have the town planner review conditions, and we have to do a monthly or weekly analysis of whether these, what I would call them, are just flippant. All they are oral, they're just verbal, hearsay. And if we don't have these things in writing and these conditions clearly posted, then we have no say ever in the future. And I think it's really important that all of these are placed down. So as far as, this is something that, you know, we're supposed to be working for climate change. And I don't know what, you know, all the conditions in the zoning regulations. Are we willing to make some changes here? When are we going to start becoming a role model of what's important for the environment? Sharon suggested last time solar panels on the roof, and they are called solar ready. That, to me, I want to know, give them, why can't they be put on right away? I mean, Amazon is $1 billion facility. I mean, billions of dollars in the world, profits. We can say, well, look, you want to be here? You got to generate your own electricity, get your own solar panels going, and period. That's it. If you don't like it, then go somewhere else. I mean, in this particular area, we could have a solar panel field, which is more environmentally important. As far as air monitoring and noise stations, I mean, again, this is a new 24/7 freight in and out. We need a noise monitor station. We need to ask Amazon to place it there, and we need to make sure that it is data is collected and that we review it every week. Really important. And believe me, you know, you have a housing project across the street. You have banging and noise and tractor trailers and all this stuff 24/7. I mean, I know, I've already reviewed other parts of the country, and the areas around these Amazon last mile sites, the biggest issue was noise. And usually they're put into an environmental justice area, you know, where people don't have say, but we here are full of educated people on this panel and in the public who can protect our community from these environmental hazards. The other thing I was mentioned last time was, talking about various ways to heat the building, geothermal, heat exchange, solar. I don't know why we can't do that. The other thing is we asked last time is how many trees exactly are going to be on site? So we can look at maybe a carbon offset, right? Trees absorb carbon. How many trees will there be? We can measure, talk about vehicle emission and look at the carbon input and offset, which is what you do at other major facilities. We can count the number of vehicles during the day, the emissions that come out, the CO2, are the plants that they're doing in the solar panels going to offset that carbon footprint? I teach, college, I teach my students, this is what we have to do. We've been teaching this since the 70s. And when are we going to start making a difference in this world about the things that are important for climate change? We are affected on the shoreline here. Why are we contributing to more of this? Another big thing about climate change, it blows my mind, is the asphalt impervious surface, okay? First of all, black surfaces, and common sense says, you walk on a black surface on a hot day, your feet burn. Well, that heat radiates into the earth, up above the surface of the earth. And then it causes what's called an inversion. So ozone, you're gonna end up with ground level ozone levels in that area that are so high that you wouldn't even want to live near there or walk through there. If you have any kind of a breathing condition, our ozone levels in Branford are going to go sky high from all the vehicles and the fact that just let me explain this to you. So when you have black surfaces, the heat radiates out, which again, heats the atmosphere, contributes to global warming. And then you have the emissions from the vehicles contributing to the ozone coming out, and it settles down because of what they call inversions. So now that's why it's important to have an air monitoring station. The closest one to that airport, to that area is way down by, on the middle of the Q Bridge, right there on the highway. But we're dealing with a congested area more than the Q Bridge, going back and forth between being close to the highway and being in a commercial area with this warehouse e-commerce facility. Is this really, I'm asking you, is our health and well-being worth, what is the grand list that this company is going to be adding to our town? Is it worth ruining our health and our shoreline beauty and our wonderful town, which has been recognized as one of the most beautiful towns on the East Coast to visit? It's what we've been known for. It's all over. The other thing I noticed tonight that was new is this something called this snow shelf. So during the south part of the heading towards Route 1, they have a retaining wall. And when they plow the asphalt, they're pushing, I'm assuming that they're pushing the snow off this shelf into an area. And then there's a set of bushes and trees. I don't know, to me, is that a storm water retention drainage system? Because I don't remember that coming up before. Plowing the whole place into this one area, off of retaining wall, into this area. If you look at you'll see there's it's like what Marcy was saying when she was looking at the walls going down towards Route 1. And I think it's important that they do put a set of trees there, because you're going to need a lot of trees for all the carbon offset for all that. Again, another question. So we talk about impervious surface with the black top, right? But the rooftop, is it black? What color is the rooftop? So now you're adding more blacktop to the surface of a building and a parking lot. And I don't really feel it's the comparison of saying, look what you have before compared to what it is now. Before was just ignorance. We didn't know what we were doing when we were talking about, zoning and planning and all that stuff. Now we know beyond a fact what a black rooftop does, what a black surface does to the environment. So asking them to not only put solar panels on, but to make sure that the rooftops are designed to be a light color, like a white reflective color, so that heat isn't absorbed by the earth and then reflected back and causing more ozone, high levels of ozone. And let me tell you, they're just over here at Tweed Airport or Morris Cove, because of that large asphalt facility, that area is a non-attainment ozone area. That means that it's affected, it's already beyond. So this is easily going to become a non-attainment ozone area. But we're never going to know, because there's not going to be any air monitoring stations there. So this is just going to happen next. People within a half a mile are going to start having breathing problems and asthma problems. And then we're not going to be able to, understand why we became this kind of environment. So let me just one more to go through the notes here. So this idea of being 100% sustainable by 2025, I don't know about you, but it's 2022. So that's 3 years from now. If they can't commit to solar panels and electric, and then what about the flex vehicles, okay? So they have so many vans. What are the number of vans delivering versus the number of flex vehicles, which are people's cars, like somebody down in my neighborhood or down in New Haven or Bridgeport come down and start delivering for us. Those are not electric vehicles, right? So my question is, are the vehicles that they're going to hire to deliver going to be electric vehicles also? Because if you have, let's say, 100 vans, but then you have 300 flex vehicles coming in and out every day that are not electric, now your car, you can't be sustainable. I feel deeply that there's some evasion. They're evading us, guys. I think they're really not being honest completely with all the details that we need. And I kind of feel insulted by that. I'm shocked. If my students were giving a presentation, I'd be doing the same thing. Where is this fact? Where is this data, etc.? Let me just see. Question on drones. I felt that Attorney Knopf told me many times they were addressing some of the questions saying, not relevant, not relevant, irrelevant. You know what? Tell me why. I think we deserve an opportunity to have you address these questions and tell us, why do you feel, attorney, that this is irrelevant? You know, I wonder if you feel that we sat back and said nothing, then this goes away. And eventually, 5 years from now, we're all going to be kicking ourselves saying, man, oh man, we had a chance to really make a difference and to be careful, and we didn't do it. Another thing about the traffic study that I'm offended on is the time of year 2017. They said they used January and February, and it was clearly they were low volume months because we know that in the summer is our peak. And then they said, well, we're going to go by annual growth. What does that mean? Annual growth, like we expect more people to move here. But the definition, and I couldn't find it in the traffic study, I'd like to see the numbers. I'd like to analyze that myself, or ask Steve Ullman if he could tell me does he see the calculation that was made that where they converted the 2017 pre-COVID traffic in January and February to peak traffic in the summer peak times, given, there must be some data somewhere that tells us how many more vehicles or what is the traffic changes that go on in Branford during summer peak, visits. Where are we here? I want to say that please don't close tonight this whole situation. Given especially the errors in the traffic flow, the inconsistency, the volumes that are not questions that are not answered. Getting to see the OSTA study, like I'd rather have this be definitely wait for the OSTA studies to come in, and maybe conditions of having that off ramp proposed by our state reps, et cetera. Okay, so anyway, I'm sure there's many more questions that I could answer. A question, I want to give everybody else a chance, but I want to say something. There are other areas maybe in Branford to consider. Just off the top, I was driving down Route 1. The cinema is now closed down. There's a direct entrance and exit. Amazon, maybe, no, I don't know. Something to think about, right? You go down 139, those are all manufacturing distribution centers down there. A better location, maybe, but all the conditions I say should still stand in terms of environmental. And that's it. So please don't close this. Please, this is too big. And, this was a very flippant, last minute put together presentation by Amazon. I'm insulted. I'm sure other people are too. Anyway, that's the conclusion of my analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Evan, who's next?
Chris Collins. Mr. Collins?
Well, you can hear us, but I'm trying to.
You're okay. You're all right.
You can hear us. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, we can hear you guys.
Hi. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. My name is Doug Hanlon, and I'm the president of the Civic Association of Short Beach. And I also have Chris Collins and Peg Carpenter here. And while we understand, and I'd like to just respectfully disagree perhaps with Attorney Knopf that there are certain things that don't affect Branford and that the commission has no control over. We happen to be right on the direct route from, let's say that there is 5 years from now, some sort of freight development, at the actual Tweed Airport. The most direct route would come through our little hamlet of Short Beach, where Route 142 is a state road, but it's very, very thin. So would it be possible for the commission to help us at least get some peace of mind that some protections could be put in place in case 5 years from now there is a change and that Tweed Airport becomes a freight hub? Let's use that as an example, that we would be directly in the path of something coming from an airport and directly going to Commercial Drive, since we're the shortest route. If we get one semi coming through on Route 142, it's a disaster in Short Beach. So if there was any way that the commission could see fit to try and put some sort of restriction or some sort of stipulation that if there was a change in the way that Amazon would be supplying itself, through some form of freight from the airport, is there a way that the committee could say Route 142 should be restricted as a passage if in case there ever is some sort of a development which allows that to happen? We just want to make sure that Short Beach is not affected negatively down the road, because the horse is out of the barn. If you approve all this and then something changes down the road 5 years from now, we have no way to then, I don't think anyway, your board can tell us, is there any way to then change that approval when, per se, that if something was coming through, tractor trailers were beginning to come from the airport through, is there anything that you could help us with? What's that?
Or just as a travel path to avoid all the traffic that's going to be down on Route 1.
Right, exactly. So is there anything that the board has under its aegis? In other words, is there any kind of stipulation that you could imagine that would give the people of Short Beach some sort of hope that there would be never any downstream Amazon activity that would negatively affect our way of life? And maybe, Mr. Chairman, if you could, I don't think the Amazon representatives there, or Attorney Nuff, can speculate as to whether there'll ever be freight. We just want to know, if it does happen, that the town is trying to protect us.
And the Route 95 North issue.
So if Mr. Chairman, is there anything that you can think of stipulation-wise?
Trustee Anderson, Chair, that's something we can ask the applicant at, and we can ask our own attorney whether we have any authority to go there. But that's a fair question. We'll try to look at that.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Oh, wait, we have one more question, if it's okay with you guys. Meg, do you have anything for? No. Okay, that's fine. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Evan, who's next?
Kate Columbus. Oh, I lost her.
Hello, Kate Galambos, Branford resident. Thank you very much. Is there any chance I could very quickly share my screen? I'm not going to take very long, but I'm going to be referencing the table that was contained in the letter dated February 7 from BL Companies to Mr. Ullman. Would I be able to share my screen?
Evan, can you allow her to share the screen?
Harry, can you make her a co-host, please?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
You should be able to do it now, Kate.
Should I see something that says share screen? Oh, I see. It'll just show it on the, yeah.
At the bottom there.
Do you see it now?
No, we do not.
No, you'd have to click on whatever window you want to display as well, I believe.
I don't see anything saying share screen. Oh, here. I got it. Okay.
And then you get into.
I got it. How about now? Can you see it?
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. All right. So this is the table that was sent by BL Companies. And the importance of this table is a couple things. On the far left, you see all the times of the day. So this is the 24-hour study that folks have been asking for. And it tells for associates, tractor trailers, delivery service providers, the vans, the flex cars, etc. I don't know what a locker is, but anyway. At the end here, we have totals here on the right-hand side, and it shows you for each half hour of the day how many trips would be generated for in total. So what I did was I counted these up for specific times of the day so that we could see how many trips would actually be generated at any given time of day. Now, do you see the new table that I'm showing or not?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to stop share. And then I'm going to show the new table. So again, what did I do? I just looked at that table and I counted up all the numbers that were in the totals, and this is what I came up with. So between 9 a.m. and 10:30 a.m., there would be 331 trips generated. That comes to about 221 trips per hour. Between 11 a.m. and 3:30 p.m., there would be 237 trips generated. That's about 53 an hour. Between 4 and 7 p.m., there would be 216 trips, 72 an hour. Between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., there would be 358 trips generated. That comes to about 179 an hour. The total for that 12-hour period is 95 trips an hour. In other words, 95 additional vehicles on the road average per hour. Now, the total trips that were estimated by the applicant for the 24-hour period was 1,218, which means that between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., 94% of the trips will take place on the roads of Branford. So that is unless I'm missing something, and I'm not a traffic specialist, but this is what the data on the table shows me, unless I'm missing something, and I'm happy to know, what I missed. The other issue that I wanted to address was the lighting. So on that table that I just showed you, it tells when people come in to work. So at 1:30 in the morning, about 69 employees come in to work. And then the vans start to load up at about 10 a.m. The vans loading situation ends at about 8 p.m. And then between about 11 and 1:30, it looks as if there's almost nobody in the building. So regarding the canopy, I don't think the trucks load under the canopy. I could be wrong, just the vans. So if the vans don't even get loaded until at least 1:30 in the morning and maybe later, and then they're finished by about 8 p.m., do we really need lights on in the canopy during those hours that they're not being loaded? Perhaps they could put motion detectors in instead, so that the lights could be worked on a motion detector during the hours when there's no activity on the loading canopy. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Galambos. Evan, who's next?
Daniel.
Hi, my name is Daniel Rabin. I'm a Branford resident, and I'd like to say I appreciate the Amazon team's filling in some of the blanks from last time, specifically about solar-ready roofs. I do have one question, however, and that is, can someone from the Amazon team explain why conventional fossil fuel heating systems are going into the building rather than efficient heat pumps? And it's not a rhetorical question. I'd appreciate an answer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Evan, other questions, other persons?
Ms. Wheeler would like to speak again.
Okay, is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet before we go back to the second round? Is there anyone else? Or
I do not see anyone at this moment.
okay, Ms. Wheeler, you can go again.
Maggie, could you unmute yourself?
Okay. So earlier on, I believe it was Dana, was that her name, who presented this data, which I'm grateful for. Thank you. That was much more eloquent and clear than what I've been getting from the Amazon people. But the thing is that it's what you said was clearly overwhelming and extremely shocking when you think about what's going to happen at that site. I hope that opens the eyes of the commission about how serious this site is going to be, and to recommend another site technically. But just if that's true, if her numbers are true, and based on her data, there will be 200 vehicles going down Shore Drive. If that's 15% of the whole, And again, that's an area of historic district, a narrow road, a scenic route. And I just want to make sure we, compare that to 146, what's going on. We just need time. Please give us more time to look at the data, because I waited and waited and waited and it wasn't there. So now all of a sudden it's here. How can you expect us to really be complacent? And that's all. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you. Evan, anyone else wishing to speak?
I would like to give everybody one more opportunity. If you'd like to participate, please use the raise your hand function through the reactions button, or indicate in the chat that you would like to speak. I do not see anyone at this time.
Okay. At this point, let's go back to Mr. Nuff. Mr. Nuff, there are a number of questions that were raised. Do you, I mean, some of them you may believe you've already addressed, but I think maybe there are some that were not addressed. Do you want to comment on these, or do you have responses at this time? Would you like additional time? What would you like to do? Excuse me, Mr. Nuff, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry, thank you. I know that Evan had indicated that he wanted to review our responses and our revised plans. I'm more concerned about being able to respond substantively to Evan and responding to all the comments this evening. So I think our best choice is to keep the hearing open. I know that you have lots more on your agenda. We're now 2.5 hours into this presentation. So I think that we'll keep the hearing open. We'll hopefully we can get Evan's responses back and sort of tidy up the record from that perspective. And should there be anything in the questions from the public that we want to address again, we'll do so. And obviously in some cases we won't. So with that, I think we're good for this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Nuff. One thing perhaps you can address, there's a legal question of whether the Planning and Zoning Commission would have authority to limit traffic routes from Tweed so that it would not go on Route 140. It should in the future, Route 142, Short Beach Road in the future, is maybe something that you could look at and address. We could ask our own attorney about that, but there was a member of the public that was concerned. Well, the Short Beach Association was concerned about that. I'd like, we can ask our own attorney, but what are there limits as to what we could do in this application? I know these are state roads and so forth, but perhaps you can address that, something I would ask you to address at our continued hearing.
Will do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, is everyone okay? I think we've been going for 2.5 hours. So it's okay with everyone. We will continue items number 1 and 2 as a public hearing. We'll continue that to our March 17th meeting, which will also be a Zoom meeting as well. So thank you very much. And we will I will give us a 10-minute break at this point. So thank you, everyone, and see everyone back at 9:40. Reconvene our meeting and go through, continue with our agenda. So next on our agenda is items number 3 and 4 are the 61 Bourbon Associates, 61 Bourbon Drive. That's the PDD master plan, multifamily residential development. The conversion of the old hospice site, and that matter is being continued to our March 17th meeting. So we're not taking that up this evening. They are listed on our agenda, so that's those we'll take up at our next meeting on March 17th. That brings us into items number 5 and 6. Those are David Sibbelkite, Tin Can LLC, 59 North Harbor Street. And that's a special exception for motor vehicle service and motor vehicle sales. And I understand, Harry, if I'm correct, that they need to go to the town center review, and that hasn't been done yet. So we need to open and continue this matter. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. The Town Center Revitalization Review Board meeting will be next Wednesday. So open and continue without testimony the 17th is what probably needs to happen.
Okay, so for items number 5 and 6, we will open and continue those matters to our next meeting, which will be our Zoom meeting on March 17th. That brings us into item number 7, which is Jeffrey and Karen Leibowitz, applicants and owner for 98102 Seaview Avenue, a special exception coastal site plan, single family house. I believe, is the applicant ready to proceed with that one?
Yes, John Schmitz is here. Harry, could you make him a co-host, as well as Joe Seapot?
I just took care of John. You should be able to unmute yourself, and let me find Mr. Seapot. There he is. Okay. Okay, so which one of you would like to proceed first?
I will proceed. Good evening, everybody. My name is John Schmitz. I'm a civil engineer, senior engineer with BL Companies, 355 Research Parkway, Meriden, Connecticut, representing the applicant. Also with me tonight is Joe Seapot, the architect, who will be brief with the application we have before you tonight. 98 Seaview Avenue, single family residential home located in the Hotchkiss Grove Beach Association. We're here for you tonight for a site plan application, as well as a special exception and a CAM application. And I'm going to share my screen and walk you through the project. Let's see. Okay, we should be seeing now is a copy of the existing condition site plan. This is the survey that we did of the property. The property is located on the south side of Seaview Avenue. It's a waterfront property. It's located in the R3 zone, and it's approximately 15,500 square feet in total size, which is roughly about a third of an acre. There's an existing single-family home on the property, as well as a garage and a seawall. And the proposal is very simple. What we propose to do is to take the existing house, raise it above the base flood elevation, above the 100-year flood elevation, and move the house approximately 10 feet to the left as you look at the screen to get it outside of the setback. And I'll just draw on here today where the setback line is so you can see that. This red line that I'm drawing is roughly the side yard and the front yard setback. So you can see how the house today is over that setback line. And what we propose to do is move the house over. So yeah, let me show you the site plan, the rendering. And this is what it would look like now. Again, I'll draw another red line to where that setback line is, roughly this location. So the proposal would be to, again, pick up the existing house and slide it about 10 feet to the left, as well as raise it above the base flood elevation. So we're correcting two things there. We're getting the house above the base flood elevation, which helps to protect the property, of course. And then, of course, moving it outside of the setback reduces the nonconformity. The garage will stay where it is. The garage is already at grade, so vehicles can pull into it. So it will not be raised up at all. It'll be left as is. We provided revised plans. We have spoken to Evan on a couple of occasions. We've had we've received the staff report, reviewed it. We did supply a revised plan, excuse me, that addressed some of the comments with regards to erosion control, some other items. And we feel that at this point we've adequately addressed the comments and would look forward to a possible approval tonight. With regards to the site plan, again, it's very simple what we're proposing to do. So I'm going to end it right there. I'll be happy to take questions at the end, but I'm also going to just ask Joe to say a few things about the building, and I will share the architectural plan. Just give me a second. Okay. Yeah. So this is a copy of the architectural plan that Joe can address.
Mm-hmm. So again, as John mentioned, it's a single family residence. And what we're trying to do is reduce the nonconformities of the building on the lot by moving the building westward, and also bring it into FEMA compliance. First floor elevation will be raised up to 15 feet. We are not looking to raise it up so high that, you know, you could put cars underneath it and then be out of character with the neighborhood. The house still complies with the height regulations. And then we are proposing basically a stone and wood base around the perimeter of the porch. And then the rest of the house is of the same character that the house is now. So it'll be fully renovated. So that's pretty much what we're doing here. Again, we are reducing the nonconformity and bringing the house into FEMA compliance, which is I think the key to this application too. As John mentioned, the existing garage will be staying because it's that grade and cars, that's how they would be pulling in at that grade. So again, any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer.
Chuck Anderson here. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Seapot. Evan, did you do a staff report on this?
I did. As Mr. Schmitz and Mr. Seapot just described, the applicant is proposing to relocate and raise the existing single-family house to be out of the flood zone. The existing use of property will not be changing, and portions of the existing house, including the decks, currently sit within the front, side, and rear setbacks. I'll be honest, I had a little trouble distinguishing between the existing and proposed structures, and even what we see before us now. It still has the existing structures. However, they put the green layer over, I'm assuming to represent the lawn. So those structures will most likely not be there. No landscaping was proposed. They meet the off-street parking requirements, and no lighting has been proposed either. I've added a condition to ensure that the applicant will comply with the lighting of section 6.7. They did not provide a soil erosion control plan. However, you can see here that they did provide silt fencing as well as the stockpile. I think John is circling it right now. No significant regrading is proposed as well. And the commission would need to find that the measures proposed, to the extent that they are alternatives from those in the Connecticut DEP 2002 guidelines for soil erosion control, are acceptable. Based on the application materials, it appears that the special exception criteria are generally satisfied. And the applicant submitted revised plans on February 24th. And while I had gotten in touch with BL and most of the outstanding items that I requested were added to the plan. However, some of the existing features were not able to be removed before tonight's meeting. However, I have added a condition of the approval that would allow the town planner or his designee to review changes to the site plan to ensure that the items that I feel should not be included on this plan are removed. I will read that condition for you guys now. Prior to the issuance of a zoning permit, the following shall be addressed to the satisfaction of the town planner or his designee. The flood boundaries shall be clearly indicated on all site plans. It is actually indicated on the plan in front of us right now. However, there's a number of notes and graphics overlaid on top of it. All existing structures proposed to be removed shall be clearly indicated on all site plans. I think between what we have before us, this color-coded rendering showing the two brown structures, the one to remain that is outside of the building envelope, and then the one to be raised or relocated is clearly inside the building envelope and would not require any variances. However, I would like the site plan to be cleaned up a little bit so it's more easily to tell that is the case. And even if looking at Mr. Seapot's floor plans, it clearly shows that the structure proposed would have those existing features would be the only ones that would remain in the side setbacks. The final one is all existing structures proposed to remain shall be clearly indicated on all site plans. Sort of goes along with what I just said. And I would also like to add an additional condition that just says that all notes that have been applied over other language on the site plan shall also be removed. And I think if all those things are added, it'll be a clear indication of what the applicant is proposing, and it will clearly show that no variances would be needed for the proposed activity. If the commission is comfortable with that.
Great. Chuck Ennis, Chair. Thank you, Evan. Questions, comments from commission members or staff before we open up the public?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. We should get a copy of the colored version, Mr. Schmidt, so for the file.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide a copy of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? If not, we can open it up to the public to see if the public has any comments. Evan, you want to?
Any member of the public that would like to speak, please use the raise your hand function under the reactions button on the bottom of your screen, or you can type into the chat that you would like to participate. Looks like we have one member of the public that is called in. Could you please state your name once you are unmuted? I believe it is *6 to unmute yourself. Doesn't look like they are able to oh, here we go.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Barbara Griffin?
Hi, Barbara.
Oh, I got through. I have a question. Well, it's two. The height that they're going up, what are they raising it? Is it 5 feet?
John, do you think you could answer that question?
I think I'll let Joe address that, just because I think he mentioned the height previously about the roof height and where we stand with regards to the zoning criteria.
I believe it's about 4.5 feet.
Oh, okay. And they're moving it how far to the right? Looking from Seaview Avenue out towards the water.
The building is moving approximately 10 feet.
10 feet to the right and about 4.5 feet high. Okay. And when will the construction start?
Joe, can you answer that?
I think they're looking to pull the permit as soon as applications and approvals are met. So
ASAP?
I think that's the intent.
Okay. You answered my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evan,
I do not see anyone else at this time.
Okay, so if no one else wishes to speak, we can close this, close the public portion. To any further comments from commission members or staff? Any further comments from the applicant?
Not at this time. Again, we'd be happy to, revise the plan as a condition of approval and get everything back in as far part of, like I said, a condition of approval. And just thank you very much for your time tonight.
Great. And Chuck Anders, Chair, and you're okay with the conditions as recommended by?
Yes. Yes, we are. That's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we'll close this matter as a public hearing. Hopefully we can take this up in a little bit after we complete our public hearings. That brings us then to item number 8, which is William and Kimberly Quinian, applicants and owner for 27 Halls Point Road, special exception for a home office. Is the applicant ready to proceed on that
Mr. Chair, Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering. I assisted the Quinlans with the preparation of the map and the plan that you have before you. If I could share my screen, let's see. If you can all see that, this is basically the end of Halls Point Road. This property is owned by the Quinlans. There's an existing house, a garage over here, a shed, and a cottage in the back that's kind of up on the ledge in the backyard. The proposal is to add on a small piece to the end of the existing cottage, and then the second floor piece that actually hangs over on the back so that you'd actually walk off the ledge into the door on the back. I could I'll show you that. There's the architecturals. This is that piece that hangs over on the back. So this face would actually end up touching the ledge at the back. But as you can see, this is either all slate patio or ledge, all patio. So there isn't, this will be built on ledge. There isn't any erosion potential even here. It's adding on to an existing structure. We're here because the accessory structure will exceed the 15 feet height once this is completed. That's it. That's a pretty simple application.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Mr. Craig. Evan, did you do the staff report on this, or do you want to review that with us?
Yes, like Mr. Preddy stated, they propose to add a second floor to an existing accessory structure. It exceeds 15 feet in height, therefore it requires a special exception approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission. They still meet the requirements of the R2 district. No landscaping plan was provided. However, no changes to the existing landscaping is proposed. They meet the off-street parking requirements. No lighting plan was submitted. However, no additional lighting has been proposed, and a condition has been added to ensure that the applicant would comply with the lighting regulations. And based on the application materials, it appears that the special exception criteria are generally satisfied. Staff recommends one finding. Subject to compliance with the conditions listed below, the proposed use of the property is consistent with the special exception criteria. We have two conditions as well. Prior to the start of construction, erosion control measures shall be installed to the satisfaction of the zoning enforcement officer if it is deemed necessary by him, and the applicant must comply with the lighting regulations.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Evan. Questions from commission members and staff before we open up to the public? Hearing none. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment? Evan, do you see anybody?
Please indicate you'd like to speak based using the reactions button and using the raise your hand function. While we wait for that, I would like to mention that we received 2 emails from the neighbors supporting the application. And it looks like there's nobody that would like to participate at this time.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Evan. Any further comments from commission members and staff? Mr. Preddy, you have any further comments? You okay with the 2 conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So hearing nothing else, then I think we can close this matter as a public hearing. Hopefully take it up when we're completed with our public hearings. Thank you, Mr. Preddy.
Thank you.
So that brings in item number 9, which is RHC Associates, applicant owner, 424, 436 West Main Street, special exception modification. This is the McDonald's on Branford Hill. So is the applicant ready to proceed with that?
Yeah, Harry, could you make Kelly Bonenberger a co-host? She just raised her hand.
Okay, should be all set. So you should be able to unmute yourself and share your screen.
And Kelly, is Jeff Fitzgerald here as well with you?
What's the first name? Fitzgerald is the last name?
Jeff, Geoff.
right, Mr. Fitzgerald's a co-host also. So go ahead and proceed. You're still muted, Ms. Bonenberger, on your end, but it indicates you're not muted on our end.
All right. So Kelly should be able to unmute herself pretty quickly. One moment.
Yeah, she was unmuted on our, indicated on our screen as being unmuted, but maybe her microphone
Okay,
might
so,
be. So
bottom left, hit the unmute. There you go.
Okay, you can proceed.
Yeah, again, Harry Smith, Town Planner, you're indicated as being unmuted, so there must be some kind of, maybe perhaps it's a setting with your microphone, I don't know.
Kelly, does the mic work? Kelly, can you hear me? Yeah, but you can't, we're not hearing you. All right.
I mean, another option would be to call in. Do you have the call-in information for the phone? Okay. While we're waiting, Mr. Fitzgerald, is there anything you can cover?
Yeah, I can basically give the background here, and I can share my screen. It's let's see if I can do this here. The McDonald's on West Main Street, and basically the gist of this application is a proposal to change the drive-through to a side-by-side for a single lane. And really the limit of the proposed work is really focused on creating a side-by-side drive-through where there's now a single stack drive-through, and replacing the pre-browse boards and the menu board and the ordering area, but the rest of the site remains essentially the same. This the traffic circulation, it's presently some 90-degree spaces to the left of the one-way drive and angled spaces to the right of the one-way drive, and we're just changing these to angled spaces to accommodate the room for the drive-through. The real only concern was really about in Evan's comments were a lot of existing nonconformities that are basically not being modified at all. Things like the side yard setback not being met. And again, that's an existing condition we're not touching. Concerns over not meeting the 25% landscaping around the building footprint. There's existing sidewalks that are there that will remain. There was a question about the proximity of drive-throughs to entrances and exit, the entrance to the drive-through and the exit of the drive-through and their proximity to entrances and exits. And that's a safe condition is provided in the existing and proposed scenarios by virtue of the fact that we do have this one-way circulation around the site, and the entrance to the drive-through is at a entrance only to the site. and the exit of the drive-through is from an exit only of the site. We can go through all the rest of Evan's comments one by one. I could pull those up if you'd like, or I'll be happy to answer any other questions that staff or the commission may have.
I think I'm unmuted now too.
There we go. Hi, Kelly.
Chuck Anderson Chair, Mr. Fitzgerald, Mrs. Bonberg, do you have anything else before we turn it over to staff comments?
I could also share my screen to show. Can you guys see it, or is it sharing on my phone?
We saw that.
Yeah, that's good. Put it back up.
That's a great point.
Go
ahead, Kelly.
Yeah, one of the comments in the staff comment letter was about the queuing on the site, and on the right shows the existing stacking from the existing menu board through the drive-through lane, and it shows that there are about 6 cars that can be within the drive-through limit before the menu board. And then on the left in the proposed conditions, where we have the 2 side-by-side order points, 6 cars can still be within the drive-through limits before that order point, but the overall stacking of the entire drive-through is increased from 12 stacking spaces to 16 stacking spaces overall.
The increase is where? Is it in the front or before the order point?
The increase is from the existing window where you would pick up your food all the way to the entrance. So there's about 16 cars, and then in existing conditions from where you would pick up your food to about the entrance is 12 cars. But the same condition is maintained from this is where you would currently order your food now, and there's about 6 cars that are within the queuing length. And then in proposed conditions with the 2 menu boards, there still are 6 cars before those 2 order points.
Thank you. Maybe you can review your staff report and review the stacking issues. That looks to be the main issue here. So,
can I ask a quick question?
Sure, Marcy, go ahead.
So it seems to me that the issue is not so much with getting the order in because you're keeping the same 6 cars, but having the time to prepare the order after the order's given, and by moving the signage, the ordering part to the right side of the building, that's giving your people inside more time to prepare the orders and pick up, and is that correct?
Correct. And it's the intent is to improve the overall efficiency of the drive-through and allow for more queuing to be available and more time, like you said.
What is the backup more at the ordering point or at the pickup point? I suppose that's the question I would have. In the McDonald's experience, where are the largest backups?
It's really both, and this just provides a more efficient way to handle more cars in both areas.
Okay. Evan, do you want to review the report with us?
Sure. Like Ms. Bonneberger and Mr. Fitzgerald explained, the applicant is proposing to modify the drive-through lane setup. They have received multiple site plan and special exception approvals between 1980 and 2006. They are now seeking to modify those approvals. They meet the bulk requirements of the BL district as well as the standards of the access management district. They proposed no changes to the landscaping plan, and they did receive a site plan approval for modification of landscaping in 2007 at a March 15th meeting. They also do not propose any changes to the exterior lighting, and a condition has been added to ensure that lighting on site will be compliant with the zoning regulations. The applicant does not have to supply a soil erosion and sediment control plan. And this brings us to section 715, the drive-through window service, additional criteria. We do have a minimum queuing space standard. It requires 6 windows for the first station and then 2 additional spaces for each additional window or ordering station. I think that would put the requirement at 12 spaces. However, today, Kelly and Jeff submitted a response to my staff report, and they made the argument that they have a non-conforming existing condition of 6 spaces if the commission were to determine that those queuing spaces have to be counted from the initial ordering point. So at the moment, if I could just share my screen, actually. Sorry, everybody, just 1 second. The applicant supplied this to us last week. I circulated this along with my staff report. And they also had a graphic up today that showed that these six queuing spaces could be considered a non-conforming, essentially almost like a parking standard that they are allowed to continue. And it would be these 6 spaces here that would constitute that non-conformity to continue. I think the only issue that I have is if that nonconformity is allowed to continue based on the fact that it's been that way for I don't know how many years. I think the standards from section 9.8 for special exception, they still take into consideration if any traffic safety or nuisance issues would be created by this. And I think that the commission would have to determine if this allotted amount of space, let's see, sorry, this is the wrong plan. As you can see here, here's where the queuing spaces would essentially end, or where those non-conforming queuing spaces would be allowed to occupy. There's also a standard in our code in that section that says that these queuing spaces cannot be closer to the street line than the existing structure. So this space here could not be counted as queuing spaces. And like I was explaining before, item 7 from section 9.8F of the special exception criteria states that the design, location, and specific details of the proposed use or activity must not adversely affect safety in the streets, nor unreasonably increase traffic congestion in the area, nor interfere with the pattern of vehicular circulation in such a manner as to create or worsen unsafe traffic conditions. My concern is that there is not adequate space for these for this queuing line, and that it would back up into the West Main Street traffic. I've done a very amateur inquiry into other McDonald's that have this double lane setup. And I think for the most part, most of those locations utilize this ordering point, this double lane ordering point in the rear of the building, allowing for that space to be occupied along the length of the McDonald's.
If I could respond to the statement, I feel
Please.
like it's being misinterpreted. The section 715A requires a minimum queuing of 6 queuing spaces for the first window or station. And this is a remote ordering station. There's 2 of them, but they're handled by the same window within inside the building. You're just basically, instead of having 6 cars lined up behind each other waiting to order, you can stagger the orders at 2 different stations that are reporting into the same person taking the order and putting into the system. So the argument in what Kelly presented is that you have the same condition of 6 cars at for the first window. It's just being done with 2 menu boards and 2 ordering 2-way radios that are handled by the same person.
So you're saying that only 6 queuing spaces would be required from your interpretation of this section, or that the existing 6 spaces is a non-conforming feature that should be allowed to continue?
No, I think the existing 6 spaces would meet that requirement, would it not?
Not through my interpretation.
6 for the first window or station.
Right, and the next part of that sentence is 2 additional spaces for each additional window or station.
Right, and then there's and we do have 2 spaces for the pay window and 2 for the pickup in the existing condition, and those are maintained.
I'm not sure I understand. So there's 2 windows, correct?
There's 2 remote order stations and 2 windows.
Right, so the standard requires 6 for that first window, and then 2 for each additional window or ordering station, which there are 3. So that would be an additional 6 spaces.
And that's for the overall length of the drive-through queue, because then we would be providing 12.
Sure. I also had a note in there that the commission would need to determine if the required queuing spaces must be calculated using only the space drivers will occupy before using the initial ordering station. I did also posit this onto a CT planning or the American Planning Association CT or Connecticut chapter. I did receive some feedback. I think most of the people implied that this count should be calculated from the initial ordering point. And I also did try to find some nationwide standards, and I was only able to find standards that said the same thing, that these should be calculated from that initial ordering point. And that the spaces to the windows where you receive your food and where you make a payment would not be calculated in the queuing or stacking requirement. And that is why staff recommends continuing the public hearing to allow staff to seek further information on how the queuing issue has been discussed or has been addressed in other communities.
From our standpoint, the existing condition has stacking for 6 cars prior to the menu board and additional cars after to the pickup. We're providing the same number to the first order point, and then more cars, more stacking to the second. So it's improving the existing condition. If I understand, Evan, that there sounds like there is a question whether or not the existing condition is non-conforming, and by virtue of that, what we're proposing could be taken as non-conforming, but I'm not sure I understand the intent of that, and I don't feel like it is, but I feel like we're improving either way on the current situation, clearly with a more efficient configuration, which is what McDonald's is applying in nearly all their locations.
Sure. I do agree that it could be argued that the existing condition for the 6 spaces could be allowed to continue as a nonconformity. However, in the commission's deliberation of whether you guys meet the criteria for the special exception, and specifically that 7th item, I think they need to weigh whether, having this side-by-side setup and is that making it less nonconformity, and weighing that against moving the ordering station from the rear of the building to the side of the building. And that's where that issue of, the length and the space and the queuing and the stacking requirement being too close, or if the commission feels that it's too close to the entrance and could result in cars backing up onto West Main Street. I think that's really the big issue that staff would like to bring to the attention of the commission.
I'd like to bring up another point if I could.
Sure, go ahead, Joe.
I go by there between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, and not always, but at least once a week, maybe twice a week sometimes, they're getting a delivery at that time of day with a big long trailer truck, and he's got to squeeze himself in there, and that trailer truck is accepting deliveries right where those 2 podiums that they are proposing. I'm wondering, where's this truck going to go now, making his deliveries? He squeezes, even though it's early in the morning, they're still open at 6. And he's squeezing in there now with those without those podiums in the parking lot. And that's where he parks, right where those podiums are, somewhere in that area. That's where he has to park to unload the deliveries. And I see it at least once a week, and sometimes twice. But I see it all the time, and it's not a small truck. It's always a full-size trailer truck that's in there doing the delivery. So I'm just wondering if they take in consideration the delivery situation.
Can I share my screen real quick?
Sure.
So their loading access for the building is in this like northwestern corner of the site. So they're supposed to be using this door to load, not the doors on this side. And we're providing another sidewalk connection to allow for the trucks in this rear to be able to access these doors too if they still need to. So they could follow this existing sidewalk to our proposed sidewalk and still be able to reach these doors.
Question is not where the side door is or where they unload, is where do you put the truck, and how does he maneuver around there with those podiums in his way to, which weren't there, that are not there now, and he needs all kinds of space, all he can get to get in there and to maneuver. Now he's got 2 podiums right there where he parks.
The new truck route now would be to go through this existing drive aisle, and that's why we added this pavement striping, because in order for the truck to make this turn, this pavement striping is needed. So say a car wouldn't park there, because then the truck wouldn't be able to make that turn. So they would enter the site through the one-way and go around this drive aisle and then park up here and unload all their materials and food and use the sidewalk.
Harry Smith, town planner, would a wheel WB40 vehicle be able to make those turns if you run a turning template on it?
Yeah, they use a WB50. That was the turning template that we ran.
All right, it made it. Yes.
Yeah, and that's all the core striping was added to make sure that it wouldn't interfere with any parked cars.
Marcy Paluzzi here. Is it possible to take part of that striped area and add a landscape component at all? Just because it seems like a large area of pavement that's, I mean, it looks like you're following the dashed line. That's the turning radius. I'm just wondering, can you take part of the island, you know, to increase the landscape area?
Yeah, overall, the landscaped area is increasing for the site since we are adding this inner landscaped island and then this landscaped island, which is next to the existing sidewalk. But we did not make this pavement striping curbs because in order for the truck to make that maneuver, it would end up hitting the curb. So we just added the pavement striping.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could widen it, you know, say double the length. Not that it has to follow the route, but, you know, maybe have mountable curbs and different pavement options for trucks.
We can look at adding
a little less like pavement and, you know, like it's a completely paved lot.
we can definitely look at adding a partial landscape island in that hatched area.
I think that would be helpful. I think it would be helpful to direct pedestrians away from the drive-through ordering area and to bring them to where that crosswalk is. If you had enough landscaping to, you know, deter them from walking through the ordering area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you have a peak, Chuck Anders Chair, do you have a peak time of when the orders are? Is it typically morning or evening or whatever?
It's typically in the morning and then in the evening as well. And the loading was occurring in the off-peak hours.
7 to 9 in the morning is the peak morning hours, and the truck's usually there 6 o'clock before.
Okay, I'm just, if we continue the public hearing, I don't know if we want to, but I may want to drive by, take a look, get a sense what the stacking or what the use is. I don't know.
Marcy Paluzzi here. I can tell you it's Shamrock Shake season, and I threw the drive-through just the other night, and there was a bit of traffic there, so I could see what their need for increasing the queue. But you know, it wasn't so full that, you know, it impeded anything along Route 1. Yeah. And I didn't get the sense that people were going inside. I got the sense that, you know, it was just, you know, one visit, but I get the sense that more people rely on the drive-through than necessarily walking in to sit down and eat the way they might have in the past. It's kind of a grab and go society these days, I think.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Harry Smith, Town Planner, just to follow up on Joe Viuso's point.
Fred Russo.
I just had a question about where the truck would park, the delivery tractor trailer that Joe Viuso was talking about.
The truck would park in the rear of the site, and since it would be coming early in the morning when there isn't as many people there, having it parked here typically isn't a problem.
Okay. You know, if the hearings can...
Sorry, and this existing bypass lane around this corner too is like 22 feet, which is wide enough typically, like they would have enough room to pass.
All right. I mean, if the hearings continue, it might be helpful to have the turning template shown on the plan or additional sheet, as well as location for where the tractor trailer would park, and a note that would happen at an hour where there'd be limited business or no business at all occurring in the facility.
Okay.
Chuck? Chuck Anders, Chair. Do we other questions, comments? Fred, did you say? I thought
I have a question. I'm looking at the diagram, and here's what I'm having problems with. They had a single line queue going around the building, then coming out the other side where there's a window, a service window, and doubling up the lanes. And I don't know what the rationale is, but it's like putting a funnel on a hose. At the other end of the hose, the same number of cars are going to be coming out of there because there's only one window. I mean, if they're going to increase the queue, you'd almost think they might want to increase the places where they serve the food out. So you're taking more orders. Maybe it's more efficient inside the kitchen. I don't know. Maybe that's the rationale, but it just seems to me that so you've got more cars ordering, but you only have the same window delivering. And people that drive up to the window, I mean, in a sense, you've increased the queue, you've increased your business. I'm not so sure it's safer putting 2 lanes of parked cars in the parking lot, no matter where you go, whether it's McDonald's or Burger King. It's not. I don't think it's an ideal situation. It's just become more efficient when there's only one window on the other side, providing the food to the people. That never gets. They're not going to go any faster. They're going to do what they do, whatever that rate is per minute per hour, and yet you're going to have a lot more cars lined up waiting.
I think.
Yeah. You can go, Jeff.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Having those 2 order points cuts down on the order time, the initial order time, the length from, say, the order point to the window where you would pay or pick up your food. That time frame would generally be the same, but the time of the cars, like being able to place their orders, would be increasing.
Okay, I guess my question, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but it just seems that if you have a queue of cars from the service window all the way back, 4 or 5 cars, that is like the lead time. I mean, all those cars have already ordered in front of you. And so what you've done is increased more people who haven't ordered. The number of people from the podium point, they've ordered already, whether it's a single line or a double line. You always have a queue of cars that have ordered in front and only one place where the food's coming out. So I understand what you're saying. I think it's a technical point where, the people in the kitchen are waiting for orders and they're getting one at a time, and then one at a time, or they get 2 at a time, and maybe have the food prepared more. But so that part I understand. Just say that by the time you go around the queue, the window itself where the food is being served now isn't going to go any faster. So you may have orders backed up, waiting for people to accept them, but you're not distributing the food any quicker than you would if you had 1 queue or 2 queues.
No, you're exactly right. And it's a situation where we're not increasing the amount of customers that are handled at the drive-through, because the drive-through window where you pick up your food only handles the same amount of people.
Correct.
Just a more efficient way. They can get the order faster. They have a little bit more time to prepare the order. And and from a customer standpoint, and I think this is what McDonald's looks at. You don't drive up and see a line of 6 cars before you even get to place your order, which might be frustrating to some. Worst case, if in that situation you'd have only 2 cars in front of you when you got there, if you're in order to place an order, where previously you might have 5 in front of you. So it's the same amount of movement. You place your order earlier, less likely to leave after without placing an order, I think is the idea and rationale behind it. But it's considered a more efficient operation of the drive-through for quality of order preparation, but it's the same amount of customers moving through at the queue.
Okay, thank you.
Marcy Paluzzi again. I hate to bring up your competitor, but I mean, if you've ever driven by a Chick-fil-A, they use this all the time. And I've seen other chains use the multiple ordering point. And, if I think of the Chick-fil-A in North Haven, the distance from where the double order point is, I actually think is shorter than what this is. And, you can put 10 staff on if you've got that many orders, but you can't make people who are ordering make up their minds faster. And so that second station, to me, goes a long way to not having a block, you know, which leads to my question. Once you're in that queue, there's no exit until after you order, right? You can't bypass until after you've gone through those ordering points. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Chuck Andrews here. Thanks, Marcy. Any further questions from commission members and staff before we open up to the public? Maybe you can stop the screen share so we can see people. Thanks. Let's open up to the public, and then we can talk about whether we continue this or not. So first, is there any member of the public wish to comment? Evan, do you see anybody?
I do not see anyone at this time.
Okay. Okay, so then we have the question, do we want to, we have the option of closing the public hearing. We wouldn't have to vote on it. I probably wouldn't vote on it tonight, or we can continue the public hearing. The reasons for continuing the public hearing would be to not, I may want to, or whatever, you can take a site visit, take a look at it, maybe take a look during the peak hour. You can maybe see if there's any accident reports. Their claim is that, hey, we have 6 now, and is 6 now non-conforming? Well, I think it's conforming because, but are there any problems up there now? You know, do we have accident reports of you know, people, or do we see, you know, being a problem? And also Evan can check out what other standards may be nationally. Those are the reasons for continuing it. The reasons for not continuing it is that, hey, maybe we can just close it and decide we don't really need any more information. I don't think we're going to vote on it tonight because I want to think about it more. And if I'm going to think about it more, maybe we should keep it open in case we come up with something and it would allow the applicant. What you don't want to do is close the hearing and we come up with something and the applicant doesn't get a chance to respond to whatever we come up with. So I think it's almost in the applicant's interest to maybe, you know, if we take a look at it, we have some further questions or something to keep it open. So those are my thoughts.
We need to keep it open so the applicant can respond.
Okay, so why don't we do that? We'll just, you know, take a look, maybe take a look, use your other experience, whatever, and then we'll keep it open. Evan can do what he's doing. Maybe someone can check. I don't know how we do that. We'll check police reports to see if there's a problem now with that, with any, you know, traffic going out into Route 1 now the way it is. Maybe there isn't, and their claim as well. We're just doing the same thing. We're just dividing it up. So we'll see. So so why don't we do that? So we're going to continue this matter. Is that okay with the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll continue this to our next meeting, which is on the 17th, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, the 17th of March.
Okay, so we'll continue this to our next meeting on the 17th. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that then completes our public hearing portion of the agenda for this evening. What's going on down the agenda? We have our minutes from the February 17th meeting, which I think were mailed out to us. Have commission members had a chance to review? And if so, someone want to make a motion with respect to the February 17th meetings?
Fred Russo, so moved.
Okay, so Fred moves to approve the minutes from our February 17th meeting. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Joe Chadwick seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Fred?
In favor.
Joe Vaiuso?
Vaiuso in favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
Chair's also in favor, so the minutes are approved. I think we did not vote on the February 3rd minutes at the last meeting because you wanted to go over that. And I assume, Harry, that you haven't had a chance to do that yet. And we'll get around to that whenever we can. Is that right?
Exactly correct.
Okay. Correspondence, do we have any?
We have something regarding cell tower modification at 150 North Main Street. It is, looks like an equipment swap out at the 112 foot level of the tower. It's an existing 147 foot tower. And that is it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So then let's move now to old business. Item number 1 is the zoning regulation connected to the Amazon. We closed the public hearing on that. I don't know if we need to act on that this evening.
If you want to get it out of the way, I have it queued up ready to go. Probably take about 10 minutes. Up to you.
10 minutes on the zoning text amendment?
Or even less.
Okay.
Up to you. You let me know what you want to do.
Okay. You guys care? What do you want to do? We can, you want to get it done? Or what?
Was that a do it by Joe? By you,
Yeah, that's my be.
Let's do it, Fred.
Okay, let's do it. Bring it up. We've got a bunch of other ones too. So we got Metro. That's going to take.
Okay, extremely quickly. This was an inadvertent omission. When the BL hybrid rear zone was established, the applicant for that approval did not include adding that new zone to the table in section 6.6E. The properties were previously zoned BL, so they were previously allowed all the signage on the table in that category on the right side. So what this would do is simply add the BL HR zone to the list of zones allowed, all this commercial signage. So that is it. I can swap over here to, I just wrote this quick memo. I did not get a chance to send to the commission, but it has a suggested motion. I move to approve application 2111-8, effective March 24th, 2022, it should be, with the finding that the plan of conservation development has been considered and the zoning regulation amendment proposes in accordance with the comprehensive plan and is consistent with the goals and policies of the Coastal Management Act.
Okay, comprehensive plan. Okay, great.
Yeah, with the little typo wordings fixes.
Okay. Yeah, just 2022. Okay, is there any discussion from, I guess we're having 5 regulars on this one. So I agree this was a text amendment. We heard that was to correct an inadvertent omission. We heard no negative public comment against it. I mean, obviously, approving this doesn't prejudice one way or the other with the Amazon application, so probably makes sense to do it. So any other thoughts, comments? If not, someone want to make a motion to approve this text amendment with the in accordance with the motion that's on our screen as recommended by Harry.
With the corrections, right?
With the corrections, right.
Chadwick moves to approve with the editorial adjustments.
Okay, so moves adopt the motion as recommended. And is there a second by someone? Joe Chadwick moves. Is there a second?
Vayuso seconds.
Okay.
So I'll second it.
Okay, so I think Joe Vayuso got it there first, Fred. So we're giving the second to Joe Vayuso. Sorry.
Okay.
So any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick in favor?
Joe Chadwick is in favor.
Fred?
I'm in favor. Fred Russo in favor.
Joe Vayuso?
Vayuso in favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
And Chair's also in favor. Okay, so great. So then let's move on to items number 2, 3, and 4 on old business. And this is the Metro, the Exit 55 addition with the PDD master plan, special exception for grading, and the site plan modification. Harry, have you got something prepared for that? And we've closed the public hearing on that.
Yes, Harry Smith, Town Planner. I don't know if you want me to go ahead with this or you want to go back to the 2 items. I think it was public hearing items 7 and 8, or you want to do that after this one?
Oh yeah, you're right. Jeez, I already forgot. Yeah, let's go back and do 7 and 8. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's bring up the old public.
I'm afraid I would forget if I didn't mention it. Sorry.
No, I'm glad you did because I had forgotten. So I confess, it's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go back to number 7, which is the 98102 Cebu move the house application. Evan made some suggestions of findings and conditions with the which was acceptable to the applicants, and I think you added a condition as well on that one, Evan. And you reviewed the findings and conditions with us during the public hearing, and you're showing them to us on the screen. Can you just review the additional on item number 4? What was the additional one that you added?
Sure. The additional one was all notes. Sorry. All additional notes added to the revised plan that are imposed over existing language shall be removed.
Okay. So does anyone have any questions? I think, there was no public comment. It seems pretty straightforward. And if it's okay, does someone want to make a motion to approve the application by adopting the findings and conditions in the staff report as amended to include the subsection D that Evan just mentioned?
So moved, Chadwick.
Joe Chadwick makes that motion to approve with those findings and conditions. Is there a second?
Fred Russo seconds it.
Fred seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick in the affirmative.
Fred? Fred Russo?
Fred in the affirmative.
Yes. Joe Vayuso?
Yes.
Yeah.
Vayuso.
Marcy?
Marcy's in the affirmative.
And Chair is also in the affirmative and votes to approve. That brings us into item number 8 of the public hearings, which is 27 Hollis Point Road. That's the special exception of home office. And I think we had, that was also pretty straightforward. And we had a staff report. And again, Mr. Preddy indicated an agreement with the staff report and the findings and conditions for that. And so I think, and that's being presented to us. Evan is presenting, showing up to us on the screen. So if anyone, unless anyone has some questions, someone will make a motion to approve this application in accordance with the findings and 2 conditions in the staff report.
Joe Vayuso approves with all that you said there.
Okay, motion made by Joe to approve. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Chadwick seconds. All those in favor? Joe Chadwick, are you in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Fred, are you in favor?
Fred's in favor.
Joe Vayuso?
Joe's in favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
And Chair is also in favor. So then let's go back then. Thank you, Harry, for reminding me about those. So good to get those off our agenda. So that brings us then to items 2, 3, and 4, which are the Metro applications on exit 55.
Okay. Harry Smith, Town Planner, taking up old business number 2 first, which is the PDD Master Plan application, for which the public hearing is closed. I prepared a draft resolution for the commission. You should have received it in your packet. I'm going to share my screen and just walk through it quickly. So you should see this in the screen, draft resolution 383 East Main Street Plan Development District petition, application number 2112.5. So this mirrors the resolution used to adopt the original PDD, neighboring properties, recitals, just the application itself, receipt date, what it consists of, 1 building, 44 additional dwelling units, access to the existing driveway network and access locations at East Main Street, recital about the public hearing process, required referrals in the next whereas to Town Sanitary and Police Commission, so forth. statement or recital about the affordable housing offer of 2 dwelling units to be deed restricted affordable housing per requirements of section 830G. Recital that 383 is in a separate ownership from the properties constituting the original PDD. That this development rely upon access through the existing PDD, would also rely upon that PDD for stormwater management utility connections. Recital about plans and documents submitted and the representations made at the public hearing. Final recital about consideration by the commission with respect to all the factors required to be considered under the zoning section of the state law, zoning regulations, comprehensive plan, and the plan of conservation development. Statement here, the commission finds that modification is consistent, conforms to the regulations of the comprehensive plan, and PNCD has been considered in its decision to making this application. And also these are required findings for the approval of a master plan in the regulations, number 1, 2, 3, and 4. I won't recite them. And finally, a statement that the commission approves the application subject to several conditions. I am going to come back to number 1 because I think that's going to be require a little bit of discussion by the commission. But I'm going to move just through number 2, which is that a statement that the commission could require as part of a site plan approval under the modified PDD that there be some kind of easement or other legal instrument acceptable to town council to provide for the development shown with respect to vehicular access to the existing PDD, right to drain into the existing PDD and the necessary utility connections, or the submittal of evidence of legal merger of all the properties within the PDD. I understand they're in different corporate ownerships and might possibly be for finance purposes because I imagine the financing is already arranged for the existing PDD, which is under construction. 3 is the use of rock crushers prohibited on the property of 383 without approval of Planning and Zoning Commission per the relevant section of the regulations. And statement that the commission can include a condition about that in any site plan approval. Exhibit A still states lot area per unit standards, which basically reflect those in the town center district. And they should be revised to indicate approved density of 24 dwelling units, which was that established for the original PDD. Statement no other standard changes. The standards have been approved from the original PDD approval. A condition here that any extension of the driveway network, including any proposal for any changes to access locations on East Main Street. I think this is important because there is a light that is along the frontage of 383, and that light is a light for East Main Street, North Branford Road. There are a lot of significant grade challenges and rock removal that would need to take place to basically add a 4th leg to that intersection onto this property. I don't think there's any plan for that, is my understanding, but this would preclude that without any approval of such a change as a PDD master plan approval amendment. And statement for an effective date and so forth. So going back to condition 1, the applicant has proposed 2 units to be deed restricted affordable housing. The existing PDD was originally proposed to have 7 units. The commission required 8 units to get the number of units over 5% affordable. The 2 units as part of the 44 is under 5%. If the commission wanted to bring this up to 5% also, you would need to require 3 units. I'm just going to throw that out there. I don't know what the commission's consensus would be about what they may want to require, if anything, above the 2 that are offered by the applicant. So I'll just stop there, and if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Sure, thanks, Harry. My understanding is this: the the last one, the applicant had proposed 5, but agreed to 8, which got it up to 5. And in the original staff report, I think we viewed the 5 number had stuck and the 2 came from 5. So it was inadvertently, if you move it up to 8, that gets you over the 5%, so you need 3. So I'm okay. I mean, actually, I'd like to have more because this is going to decrease our affordable housing because you increase the denominator and without having whatever. So our actual percentage of affordable housing or 830G is going to go down. That said, to be consistent with what we did last time, over the 5%, make it 3. So, I think that makes sense. So I'm good with 3. Anyone else thoughts?
Yeah, I agree, Chuck, with you. Joe Vayuso.
Fred Russo, I agree with you too, Chuck.
Okay. Thanks. Anyone else?
Nothing to argue with that.
Okay. Marcy, is that all right?
Sure, it's fine.
Okay. Okay, so then maybe fill in the blank with 3 for that one.
Okay.
So anything else you need to review with us? Harry?
Hang on one second. Oh, the only thing I would suggest is a effective date of, let's say, March 24th.
Okay. Well, if no one has any questions from Harry, then does someone make a motion? What? Oh, someone say something? Okay, someone will make a motion to adopt this resolution as our decision on the old business number 2, the PDD master plan mixed unit development application. So with the changes being adding the 3 affordable units and the March 24th effective date. Someone want to make that motion?
So move, Fred Russo.
Motion made by Fred. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Joe. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick in favor.
Fred?
Fred in favor.
Joe Vayuso?
In favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
Chair's also in favor. Okay, thank you, Harry. What about items 3 and 4? Are we ready to vote on those? That's the special exception for grading and the PDD site plan modification.
Yes, again, Harry Smith, Town Planner. I sent the memorandum with some additional comments and some proposed findings and conditions covering both applications. When I get there, I'll suggest a little bit of wordsmithing to address the fact that the special exception application is closed, and we have some changes to the site plan set that were also included in your packet. So technically, the applicants can still speak on the site plan modification. I can look at those plans with you very quickly and show you the proposed change, or we can have the applicant go through those very quickly. I don't know what your pleasure is. I don't want to necessarily speak to the applicant, but I don't want to take up a lot of time at this point either.
Okay, does the applicant wish to speak?
This would be on item number old business.
Old business number 4, right?
Number 4. So for a minute, we're skipping over 3.
Right.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Probably Dave Sacco can get through the changes a lot faster than I or Harry could. So, Dave, if you want to quickly summarize.
Sure, that'd be fine. Can I share my screen?
Yes, hang on a second. Okay.
Okay.
And can I just, right before you start, I'm sorry, can I just clarify that these are the same exact plans that were received in the office here, I believe on the 21st of February through an email link to a Dropbox?
Correct. Yes, they are.
Thank you.
This is just an excerpt, and I included the rendering for the sake of, in case we needed to show them. Essentially, the difference between the item that's been added since the last time we presented, the developer wanted to provide a mailbox enclosure, which we have depicted adjacent to the clubhouse, with along the back of the sidewalk, providing separate mailboxes for every person, every unit in the development. There's an associated package room inside the clubhouse. And the only other change of note was that, in the process of finalizing plans and working out details with Eversource regarding how the electrical distribution would be done, some of the original assumptions about where transformers would be changed. So we revised the landscape plan to move the plantings to accommodate the mail enclosure, but also to provide appropriate screening around each of the final transformer or switch box, whatever utility cabinets needed to be screened based on what Eversource had laid out as the final distribution network. Aside from that, there's no changes to the plans other that differ from what was presented to the commission at the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Could you, I believe it's a switch box or a splitter box or something up near the additional stairs between the proposed new building and the clubhouse. Thank you. There's a transformer up in that area. I thought it was down just on the other side of the street, or a driveway, if you will.
There's that transformer here,
right?
That we've added screening. Transformer here that's got added screening. This one has got screening already. I think they're all accounted for.
Well, isn't there one up below building F? Just across where, yeah, no, further down, right, there's a little point here where you take the pedestrian path from building F, go across the crosswalk, and just underneath it says lawn. To the left, there's a splice box, I think. Is that what it's called?
Yes. Okay. We'll get that one covered.
Okay. Yeah. To the extent it doesn't conflict with Eversource requirements. And I think I covered that in a condition. Is there anything else? I can just run through my comments and proposed findings and conditions if there isn't. All set?
That's the only thing that we would share.
Okay. In reviewing the plans, revised plans, and going out to the property again, I did note there is potential for pedestrian crossing at the light at 139 North Branford Road and East Main Street. There is some kind of green light crossing feature already there. I did press the button on the north side. It activated the light, but I don't know if it works from the south side. But irrespective of that, there seems to be wire and conduit and potential for a crosswalk there. And also, there should probably be a sidewalk extension along the frontage of this property along East Main Street. It's a prime sidewalk area. As development's been coming in, the commission's been requiring sidewalks. So the applicant, I understand, has graciously agreed to extend the sidewalk along the 383 East Main Street frontage. There's nothing on the revised plans at this point, but I propose a condition that would require that on revised plans. And we just talked about the landscaping as another second comment on that transformer splice box to the extent that's can be permitted by Eversource. I note the mailbox is only, if you want to park your car and go get your mail, you're in this sort of travel way in the driveway, which could be fine. I just did provide in one of my suggested conditions for the movement in addition of a pull-off if the applicant wants to do that. That would be something the applicant could propose on any revised plans to comply with the conditions of the approval without having to come back and get back to the commission if they want to. So that brings me down to staff recommendation. I'll scroll down here and share my screen again. So the commission should have had this memo, which was provided to the applicants, dated the 25th of February. Again, the sidewalk comment, landscaping comment mailbox. Proposed finding, these are standard, was on the original approval. Commission finds proposed landscape constitutes excellence. And I believe there was they're proposing again to use tree staples in lieu of the otherwise required stakes. So this covers that. And to eliminate requirement for landscape at the top and bottom of the proposed retaining wall adjacent to the northwest corner of building F, which is almost in the middle of the property and is really not visible from any of the surrounding properties, perched up on this knoll. And there really seems to be little benefit that would be gained from landscaping the retaining wall in this location. Number two would be a finding by the commission that the amended application is conformance with the requirements of the approved master plan, approved plan development district, the master plan, and the zoning regulations. Condition one, I think I'm proposing a second sentence here. But first I will say, just to be clear, I think we should reword this to say all construction shall substantially conform to the revised version of the submitted plans and application documents received through 2/22/22. Just to be clear. And proposing adding a second sentence there that would say the plans submitted through the close of the public hearing for this section 6.8 special exception may be modified to match those received through 2/22/22 in addition for the site plan approval, in addition to any changes required to address the conditions of this approval. So we'll allow the two plan sets and approvals to sync up and relate to the same set of plans, which would be those that have been submitted for the site plan. The modified sheets have been submitted. Is that clear? It's a little bit of, hopefully that will do the trick. And number two, the reference should be conditions 8 through 10 and 12 through 16 of the 2020 approval of the original PDD. I also included that resolution in the packet and can put it up if you'd like. In that condition 2, I'm stating that condition 11 would also apply to the expanded development and construction proposed to the property at 383 with the addition of the following provisions. This is under proposed condition 2A. To follow along with the PDD approval you just enacted, the missing words in here should be 3 and the numeral 3 in parentheses. So that would require the provision of those 3 additional affordable units.
Harry, can you scroll down a bit? I think we're stuck on the first page.
Oh, sorry. So we would fill in here 3 and the numeral 3.
Right.
And this would be the verbiage that will require those 3 units to count towards the 10% threshold set in section 830G, just as in the original PDD. B would require the establishment of an easement or some other legal instrument acceptable to town council between the two legal entities, one owning the existing PDD and the second owning 383 East Main Street, or the evidence of the legal merger of all the properties provided. And this would be condition 11 of the original approval, which I believe is things that need to be done before CO or a certificate of zoning compliance is issued. So there would be some time to put those things in place. And then we're moving down to proposed condition 3, which would be prior to any construction activity on 383 East Main Street. We need soil and erosion controls, pre-construction meeting, installation and construction fencing along the limits of tree clearing, and submittal of a soil and erosion control financial guarantee. Unless some of those provisions are already covered by the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency guarantee, which I don't think applies in this case. Proposed condition 4, to comply with section 6.8, we would need documentation and offer of a pre-blast survey was made to all owners of property, any part of which it would be within 250 feet of the boundary of the properties. And any blasting would comply with the blasting permit issued and be limited Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And that follows the original PDD requirements. Proposed condition 5 would be things that need to be done prior to the issuance of a zoning permit or zoning authorization for building permit. Again, this follows the original approval, opinion of a state of Connecticut licensed arborist regarding sufficiency of the tree protection measures and their augmentation if necessary. Construction of a sidewalk along entire East Main Street, frontage of number 383 East Main Street. The details will be coordinated with CTDOT. And this would be modifications to the site plan. So the construction would not need to be done before the issuance of a zoning permit or authorization for building permit. We just need all the details worked out with DOT in terms of rock removal or anything else that needs to be addressed within the right of way. This would address the landscaping we talked about, but that additional transformer, again, to the extent that's allowed by Eversource. D would allow the reconfiguration of the mailbox location to include a pull-off if the applicant desires to include this, and that could be approved by staff without having to go back to the commission. And then we have a condition 6, which is the on-site use of fixed machinery or rock crushing equipment. It would be prohibited without the further approval of the commission. That's required by the zoning regulations. So that is it. I can go over the conditions of the existing approval, but basically anything that didn't need to be modified to address development at 383, I just referred to as continuing on and applying to this property as well.
Chuck Hayner's Chair. Thank you, Harry. Does anyone have any questions or comments? If not, then I think this is both the site plan modification and the special exception for grading. So the resolution here or the vote would cover both the applications. So if no one has any questions, someone will make a motion to approve both of those applications by adopting the findings and conditions in the February 25, 2002 staff report that Harry just reviewed with us, including the amendments that he made to the conditions.
Chadwick moves to approve.
Motion made by Joe Chadwick. Is there a second?
Marcy Pelosi will second.
Marcy seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick, are you in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Fred Russo?
Fred Russo in favor.
Fred in favor. Joe Vayuzo?
Vayuzo in favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
Chair is also in favor. So applications are approved.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us then to item number 5 of old business. We have a public hearing set for April 7th, and all those are 5 and 6 are the Buckley Road ones, and we schedule those for public hearings in April. It brings us then to new business, and I believe we have a number of items under our new business that I think we need to schedule public hearings for or dates to be received, but we're not prepared to act on. Is that correct, Harry, or what's going on?
That is essentially correct. I would recommend the commission allow the standing motion for the chair and staff to set the public hearing dates, particularly given the high volume of applications we have. And some of them would require different reviews. And for example, the zoning regulation amendment needs to go to DEP.
Right.
So we'll work that out.
Okay. So that's, we'll just follow that standing motion unless anyone objects. So that covers items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 under new business, which brings us then to other business, which is the first item is the draft affordable housing plan, steering committee, and discussion about the next steps. Can you briefly, Gary?
Considering it's looks like 11/17, I'm not going to say a whole lot about this other than to note very quickly that this plan is prepared by Planometrics Inc. Glenn Shoulders, the sole staff proprietor of that planning firm. He worked and prepared the last 2 plans of conservation development with the town, so I think the commission's very familiar with him. He worked with a group, and I'm going to share my screen very quickly, just so I can show who was on this. I'm going to go right to the end here. So we have a steering committee that was established, again, established by the commission, that worked with the consultant and staff in preparing this, and their names are up here and their affiliations. It was a very qualified, experienced group with a lot of insight and helpful feedback to staff and consultant. So this document includes very, very briefly definition of the issue of affordable housing, an assessment regarding housing in Branford, looking at what's called natural occurring affordable housing versus state-defined affordable housing, how much of each Branford has, what the need still is for affordable housing, covers a look at the existing policies in the POCD. A prior housing needs assessment was done in the 90s. There was an online survey done as part of this plan, received a few hundred responses. So we have a compilation of the answers to the questions and 10 proposed strategies. So I'm going to leave it to commissioners to go through the document. I'm happy to handle any questions directly between meetings if you'd like. We have a fairly tight time frame. We are required by state law to have a plan in place by June 1st. Bless you, Fred. So we're looking at a public informational meeting and a public hearing that would probably happen in April. The public informational meeting we're looking to have at a special meeting on March 24th, which is essentially the only day Mr. Shoulder has in his schedule. He has several other communities. We're all shooting for the same gate of getting a plan done by June 1st. So I know a few of you have indicated that you can make that. I don't know if there's anybody here tonight who can't make it. Can you let me know at this point, or we don't necessarily need the full commission there, but don't know if we quite have a quorum at this point. So if you want to get back to me after the meeting about the fact that you can or can't make it, that would be helpful. Because what I want to do is pull the plug on some public relation material and get it out there if we're definitely having the meeting. I think it'd be very helpful. And during that meeting, we'd have a presentation from Mr. Shoulder about the plan in much more detail. And I think it'd be an opportunity to discuss it also aside and hopefully a lot earlier in the evening than 11:20. So I'm going to stop right there with that, unless there are any questions at this point.
Chuck Industry, thanks. No, and Harry, I will make it. It's a remote meeting. I'll be out of town, but I will try to make it. I understand that. So.
That would be great.
By you, so I can make it.
Excellent.
Harry, I sent Fred Russo, I sent an email to Michelle saying I would be there.
Great. I think, Marcy, you said you can make it also?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay.
And
And
you said it's by Zoom?
it's by Zoom, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
Harry, why don't you end the screen share too? So we can...
Sorry. I get my cursor over there. There. Okay. All right. From the zoning enforcement officer, Dylan Willett. He's recommending the commission approve a bond in the amount of $3,980 for driveway installation and landscaping.
Someone want to make a motion to approve that bond for 69 Todd's Hill Road as recommended by the zoning enforcement officer?
Fred Russo, so moved.
Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
All in favor? Joe Chadwick, you in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Fred?
Fred in favor.
Joe Vayuzo?
Favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
Chair's also in favor. Next.
Next is a bond release for 14 Lamatra Lane. I have a memorandum from Mr. Willett, the zoning enforcement officer, stating that he's inspected 14 Lamatra Lane and recommends the commission approve the proposed release of the bond. This is a $4,000 bond, I believe.
So I want to make a motion to release the bond for 14 Lamatra Lane as recommended by the zoning enforcement officer.
So moved, Chadwick. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll give the motion to Joe Chadwick and the second to who?
Joe Vayuso, I think.
Joe Vayuso.
You give it to Joe Vayuso. I'll take it.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Fred? Are you in favor, Fred?
Fred's in favor.
Is Joe Vayuso in favor?
Hope so.
Vayuso.
Marcy in favor?
Yes, Fred's in favor.
Okay, great. Marcy's in favor?
Yes, Marcy's in favor.
And Chair's also in favor. Next one.
Next one is a request for establishment of a bond at 31 Lamatra Lane for landscaping and driveway installation. Again, I have a memorandum from Dylan Willett, zoning enforcement officer, saying that he recommends that this bond be established in the amount of $4,000.
Someone want to
so moved, Chadwick.
establish the bond of $4,000 from Joe for 38 Lamatra Lane as recommended by
Marcy.
Second by Marcy. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick.
Chadwick in favor.
Fred.
Fred in favor.
Joe Vayuso.
Favor.
Marcy.
Favor.
Chair's also in favor. 5, annual report. Do we have to do this? Or what's going on?
No, I would suggest you defer it to the chair and staff to finalize the report. Our application numbers are up and I'll just provide it to you later.
Okay, sounds great. That okay, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, planner's report.
The only thing I was going to mention was the possible resumption of in-person meetings. Absent some action by the state, I believe our ability to have remote meetings expires the end of the month.
Do people want to go back to in-person meetings? I kind of would, actually, starting in April. What do you think?
Joe Vayuso, I would.
Joe, what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Joe Vayuso, yeah, I would like to see that come back.
Okay. Joe Chadwick, what do you think?
Chadwick can Zoom forever.
Okay. Are you opposed to going back in person or what?
I can't be opposed to it, but given the preference,
yes,
this is superior.
Sure. Fred, what do you think?
I like in person. I'd like to go back.
Okay. Marcy?
I'm fine with in person as long as it ends by 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd rather be home.
Otherwise,
More
we can just
comfortable.
your picture when you're right. Okay.
Well, it's been a long day, so I'm
Right.
a little casual, but I'm paying close attention. And I've figured out how to zoom in when you share your screen. So I've like just made a discovery that makes all the difference in the world.
Okay. Massimo?
Do we lose him?
I see him. I see Massimo. How about you, Sharon?
I didn't think you would want my opinion.
Yeah, no, I want your opinion because.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with Marcy, if it's going to go to 12 o'clock, I'd rather be home. But Zoom is okay as long, in person's okay, as long as the numbers continue to be down.
Okay. And Massimo, any thoughts? We can also split them up, do one in person, one remote. But I guess we're going back in person right now. We must go back in person unless something happens.
Yeah, unless something happens. I understand something might be being considered, but it might just roll out anytime now. But I'm not in touch with what's going on in the legislature.
Right. I think we have to know for publication reasons.
Exactly. Right. So we could assume if it's okay that we'll have an in-person meeting on April 7th.
Yeah, why don't we do that and then.
Okay. Yeah. We'll figure it out from there.
Right.
Okay. Unless Evan has something else, I'm all set.
Okay. Someone want to move to adjourn?
Marcy
move to adjourn.
Okay, we'll give it to Marcy. Is there a second by Fred? Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe? Joe in favor? Fred?
I'm in favor.
Joe Vayuzo?
Vayuzo in favor.
Marcy?
Marcy's in favor.
And Chair is also in favor. So good night, everyone. And it is 11:29. Not quite the record.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a good night, everybody.
Sweet dreams.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at branfordtv.org.